A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Molly Goldberg is reacting in the strangest kind of a way to the little problem that faces the Goldbergs. They have to move within a week now, away from the house they felt was their own for 5 years. The owner is taking over himself, and the owner is none other than Edward Way, just released from state prison, a rather famous ex-promoter who ruined thousands of investors. The people in Glastonbury, ordinarily so kind and tolerant of others, feel that Way isn't just a man who made a mistake, but a vicious and cold-blooded character, and they don't want him around. So, Molly offered to let Way stay in her house until the Goldbergs moved. But even this didn't soften Mr. Way. He wants the Goldbergs out whether they can find a new house or not by the end of the lease term. Listen.
I'll find a bowl for you, David. Now, don't make any noise because Mr. Way is upstairs trying to rest. Monsieur Way veut dormir. K.O., K.O. Where are you going, David? Oh, all right. To go upstairs. Hello? Oh, hello, Martha. This is Rosie. Uh-huh. Well, my mother isn't home. They went to Temple. Uh-huh. Sammy and my father, too. Yeah. Oh, well, I think my mother is going to look at that house tomorrow, Martha. No, Mr. Way won't let us stay one extra day. Well, you do know my mother, Martha. Oh, is David's mother still at your house? Oh, all right, Martha. She just came in. All right. Bye. Hello, Mrs. Leland. Where is David, Rosie? He's playing upstairs. Where's Mr. Way? He's upstairs trying to rest. Oh, why doesn't David come down here and play so he won't disturb Mr. Way? Well, he won't disturb him. What time will your mother and father be back, Rosie? Well, right after the services, but that won't be until after sundown. Why didn't you go, Rosie? My mother didn't want you to be here alone.
Maman!
Oh.
Maman!
Je ne sais pas, David. Il faut prendre soin de te jouer toi-même.
Où sont monsieur et madame Goldberg?
Ils sont allés à l'église pour leur fête.
Quelle fête?
David wants to know what kind of a holy day today is. The Day of Atonement. The day on which we confess our sins and ask for forgiveness. C'est aujourd'hui la fête. Il se confesse au bon Dieu. Il lui demande pardon de ses péchés.
Monsieur et madame Goldberg sont bons. Ils sont très bons.
Oui. Où vas-tu, David?
Je joue au jeu au lieu. Devant un cellule, c'est ça.
Oh, David!
Je me suis rue. Qu'est-ce qui va raconter de pareilles choses? Il ne faut pas faire ça. Oh non, David, je t'en prie.
Oh, Rosie, who told the child? What did he say? He's playing prison guard in front of Mr. Way's room. Who told David? How does he know Mr. Way was in prison? I don't know, Mrs. Leland. Oh, Dr. Cater?
Hello?
We thought you were in New York. I thought you went back.
I did. I'm back again. Is anyone going to invite me in?
Oh, of course.
Oh, thank you. I didn't realize that.
Stop walking up and down outside my door.
What's this?
I'll go up. No, please, I'll go.
What is it?
Well, David is trying to play, and Mr. Way is trying to sleep.
Oh. Well, isn't that too bad for our sensitive friend, the ex-swindler? Huh? Well, hello, David.
Bonjour au docteur. Bonjour, docteur.
Bonjour.
Rosie, vous venez jouer avec moi? All right, viens, David. Nous irons dans ma chambre. Oh, let him please keep quiet, Rosie. Please, Rosie.
Where's Mrs. Goldberg?
They've gone to the temple. This is a holy day for them.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Or perhaps, come to think of it, I remembered and decided to come over here and keep you company. Do you need company?
No, but I like to have it.
Any old company?
Any good company.
Well, I'm good company. I have no doubt of it. Have Goldberg found a new place yet?
Not that I know of.
Oh. But I suppose Mr. Way is giving them more time.
No.
No?
No.
Not even after they took him in when no one else in Lassbury would.
Lovely character.
Well, he's just been released from prison.
He shouldn't have gone there in the first place.
No matter what he did, he suffered for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Suffering isn't easy. It makes you change. It makes you despise the world.
Do you?
I try not to. And lately, now that I've found so many friends, I no longer feel the way I did. But Mr. Way has no friends.
How is it that we keep coming back to Mr. Way? I'm sure I'm not the one who keeps bringing it up.
Perhaps I am. I feel, Dr. Cater, that Mr. Way, like me, is just a little, well, not at home in the world. I know what it is to be in prison.
What? Prison? You?
Oh, I don't mean a real prison. I mean the prison of poverty, which is just as bad as walls and stones and bars.
Oh.
So Mr. Way, too, and no matter how he is. I know it's the prison talking for him, not himself.
This place has lots of rooms. You have to make so much noise.
No, don't go up. I'm sure they can't have been making so much noise. You see, we can't hear them.
We're not trying to sleep. Our room must be right next to his.
Must you pick your place around right next to my room?
I'll be right down, please excuse me.
No, please don't go.
D'ailleurs, le moment d'aller se coucher. Viens doucement. Don't scold him. I'll put David to bed. Viens, David, sans bruit. Il faut que tu sois sage, David. Il faut être un brave petit garçon. N'oublie pas que nous sommes des invités et que nous ne sommes pas chez nous. Mais je ne fais pas de bruit. Maman, vraiment, je n'ai pas. Oh, maman. Doucement, David. Doucement, chérie.
Oriane, you should never tell a child that he has no home.
I was just trying.
To make him behave.
Yes.
But he was behaving. And even if he wasn't, you shouldn't make him feel insecure. You yourself just told me what insecurity did to you.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Oh, of course not. But you see, you can do just as much harm through ignorance as through willfulness. Well, I suppose there's nothing else I can do except take a hand.
Take a hand?
Oh, certainly. You don't think I'm going to let you spoil your son's life just because you're not a psychologist. I am. I'm going to show you just how to bring up your son.
But...
I'll be up as often as I can to give you instructions. You don't mind, do you?
No, but...
I'm glad. I wouldn't want to be forcing myself into the habit of your life. It leads to resentment.
I've asked you 1,000,000 times to be quiet. You have to laugh at the top of your voice.
I'll be right down.
Please, Doctor.
All breath without any respect for anybody or
What
anything.
the devil are you raising your voice for?
I beg your pardon.
Well, don't take refuge in your dignity, Mr. Way, because you have none. I'm Dr. Cater. You may not have heard of me since you're more used to be interested in people's possessions than people. But I'm a friend of the Goldbergs and a psychologist by trade.
Where's Mrs. Goldberg?
Are you going to register a complaint? You're living in this house because Mrs. Goldberg is a tender-hearted woman. And you're forcing the Goldbergs out because you want to show that you're not afraid to act as crudely as you want to, even if you have been in jail. That's why you're howling at the children. You're trying to act like a man who doesn't have to walk softly because of his past. But you're wasting your time and impressing no one. Face the facts, Mr. Way. The person you have to make terms with doesn't live out here in the world with the rest of us. It's yourself. And you're beginning in the worst of all possible ways by trying to shout so loud that you can't hear your own mind think.
Thank you. Don't forget to send me a bill for your expert advice. Dr. Cater's little lecture on Mr. Way's character sounded true enough for the moment, but how much of it was caused by Oriane's obvious sympathy for the man? It's a question that Molly's going to find answered one of these days, much to her surprise.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
What's puzzling you, Ethelbert?
One of those quizzes, and it says here, what are these men famous for? Sidney Porter, Samuel Clemens, Charles Dodgson.
Well, they're all great authors.
Well, how come I never heard of them?
Well, you would if they printed their pen names. They're O. Henry, Mark Twain, and Lewis Carroll.
Well, I'll be. Those names are famous. Everybody knows them.
Mm-hmm. Like everybody knows Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Serpent Goddess. Afternoon, around 2 o'clock. A sumptuous suite in one of our city's finest hotels. There's a knock at the door, and a big, weather-beaten man opens it.
I guess you're the newspaper folks that found me. I'm Dan Sykes.
Yeah, thanks for giving us this appointment, Mr. Sykes. This is Miss Williams. My name is Casey.
Oh, I'm real pleased to meet you, Miss Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes.
You're a swell-looking kid.
Thanks again.
Come in, make yourself at home.
Thanks.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, through a mix-up, Mr. Sykes, our paper didn't have anyone at the airport this morning to cover your arrival with Mr. Johansson. And the Morning Express wants to rectify its blunder now with a special interview.
Pictures, too.
Take all the pictures you want and ask all the questions you want.
Well, we'd like to have your partner, Mr. Johansson, in on this. We phoned him, but he wasn't in.
Oh, Chris went out to look for a cheaper place to live. He ain't like me. I'm going to enjoy my dough.
According to our news service reports, you and Johansson have already sold part of the emeralds you found in South America for over $1 million.
That's right. I'm a nouveau rich. But we didn't sell the best ones. We brought the eyes back here to the States with us.
The eyes?
Well, that's what Chris and I call the two big emeralds we found.
Reports on how you found all those emeralds have been rather conflicting, Mr. Sykes. What's the real lowdown?
Well, Chris and I were flying an old crate out of Caracas on our way to Lima when a gas line broke and we had to bail out over the jungle. While we were trying to find our way out, we come out of some ruins of an old Indian town, and under a stone we accidentally knocked over, we found them emeralds. And that's all there was to it.
There wasn't another man with you and Mr. Johansson?
No, we were alone.
Well, the first story we got on you fellas was that two very sick men, one with a pocket full of emeralds, had staggered into a village at the edge of the jungle, raving about a third guy they'd seen crushed to death by a big snake.
A huge boa constrictor or an anaconda with, of all things, a human face.
Yeah, well, naturally, a yarn like that made news.
One of them South American reporters dreamed up that crazy stuff. Whoever saw a snake with a human face? Excuse me, someone at the door. Oh, hello, Chris.
I think I find me a place to live, Sykes. But such high prices? Oh, you got company.
Oh, they're newspaper folks. This is Chris Johansson, Miss Winter.
How do you do, Mr. Johansson?
Well, you are a pretty lady, Miss Williams.
And this is Casey.
Hello, Mr. Casey.
How are you? They've been interviewing me about our emeralds, Chris. I just been telling them that snake story was a lot of bunk.
Sykes and me was alone in that jungle. Also, we are not afraid of no drums.
Drums? One of the goofy stories they told about us was that when we come out of that jungle, we raved about hearing drum beats all the time.
We was sick with fever, Sykes. We didn't know what we were saying.
We never said anything about drums.
No, we never said nothing because we had no reason to.
That's right.
I would like a drink, Sykes. I see you got a bottle there.
Yeah, help yourself. Well, what other questions you want to ask, Miss Williams?
I'd like to know
Sykes.
who you're...
A drum.
It can't be here.
No, not in the city.
It can't be here.
What's the matter with you fellas?
Nothing. Nothing. Oh, there's music now, Chris. Huh? Look out of this window. There's only some Salvation Army folks down there with a bass drum and a couple of horns.
Just Salvation Army people with an ordinary old bass drum.
Good night, Mrs. Wheelbreaker. Now, Casey, what was I saying?
Saying good night to Mrs. Wheelbreaker. Oh, I don't know, pal. You hadn't started to say anything yet.
Hadn't I?
No.
Oh, I remember. You know that fella Sykes who you and Miss Williams told me about interviewing a couple of weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he come into this bar today, and I served him a couple of drinks. I recognized him immediately from the pictures you took for your paper. After the little blonde he had with him called him Dan Sykes.
No, afterwards. You had a little blonde along, huh?
Uh-huh.
A few days ago, we saw him with a big brunette.
Well, he told us he was going to enjoy his dough, Eddie.
He's an awfully nervous-acting guy, Casey. Walter happened to hit the bottom of an empty wooden ice tub he was taking down cellar, and when it went boom like a drum, I thought Sykes was going to faint dead away.
Yeah, he and Johansson are certainly allergic to drum beats, aren't they?
They didn't give you no idea why?
No.
Yeah.
Their only explanation was an obvious phony.
The original news report was... Hey, you really think there was another fellow with him in that jungle who was squeezed to death by a big snake with a human face?
Well, there's good reason to believe that a third man may have parachuted into the jungle with Sykes and Johansson.
Yeah?
According to Inside Dope, our paper can't print without risking a libel suit, Sykes and Johansson used their plane for smuggling jobs. And it's thought they specialize in smuggling people from one South American country into another.
Like wanted criminals, red hots.
Yeah, and political troublemakers.
It's suspected that Sykes and Johansson were taking an exiled revolutionist back to a country he'd been kicked out of when their plane went bad. And that he's the other man they talked about when they came out of the jungle.
They were both delirious from fever then, but when they recovered and knew what they were saying, they quickly changed their story.
You figure they told the truth while they were delirious.
Well, they couldn't help it.
Then it must have been true about the third guy getting crushed by a big snake. But a snake with a human face.
Yeah. Oh, we can't worry about it here any longer. Casey, we've got to get back to the office.
Yeah, before city desk starts paging. What do I owe you, pal?
It's only 60 cents.
Oh, only 60 cents. Too bad. I guess I got that much.
Oh, excuse me. There's the bar phone. Hello? Just a second. Your city desk is paging you, Casey.
Huh? Oh, give me. Oh, this is Casey. 301 Hawthorne Street, apartment 3A. Okay, I got it, Burke. Well, what goes there? Who? Say that again, Burke. In a city apartment? Whew. Hey, that's a story, all right. We'll get right up there.
Hey, what is it, Casey?
You look funny.
Chris Johansson has been found dead in his apartment.
Sykes' partner?
Yeah. Annie, he was crushed to death.
Crushed?
Squeezed. As though a big snake had coiled itself around him.
Our story will continue in just a moment. To you who enjoy good, wholesome American beer and ale, here's the easiest, most convenient, and most satisfactory way to buy it. Ask for your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Now, here's a bottle made just for you. No one has ever used it before. No one will ever use it again. And it costs so little that it can be thrown away when empty, just like any other food container. You pay no deposit, never have empties cluttering up your kitchen, or bother about returning them to the store. And though it holds exactly as much as the regular beer bottle, the one-way bottle is so compact that it takes up a minimum of precious refrigerator space. It's light and easy to carry. It chills beer more quickly and holds the chill longer. It looks well on any table. But most important of all, it's made of glass. And because it's made of glass, it brings you beer and ale of perfect clarity, untouched by any foreign flavor. The Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Captain did the medical examiner say that a big snake?
He didn't say a snake did it, Miss Williams. He merely said that, well, that a python or boa constrictor were the only things he knew of that would kill in such a way. Johansson was literally squeezed to death by something big and smooth that coiled around his entire body.
In this apartment?
Yes, Casey.
Well, what do you think, Captain?
Only that a snake big enough to do the killing didn't do the killing. That's too crazy, Miss Williams. Oh, nuts, Casey. I just can't figure this one out at all.
You know about the first news story we had on Johansson and Sykes, huh?
Yes, I think you told me about it, but well, that fantastic yarn can't have any bearing.
Naturally, you're going to question Sykes.
My men have orders to bring him here as soon as they can find him.
Well, here's your sergeant now, Logan. Now, maybe now we'll get the lowdown.
You found Sykes at his apartment, Sergeant?
Yes, Captain. I gave it to him cold about Johansson's death. I thought he was going to pass out on me. Especially when I told him it looked like the job of a big snake. He kind of whispered to himself, "She followed us."
She followed us?
Yes, sir.
Well, were you able to find out where he was last night when Johansson was killed?
Well, Sykes was throwing a big party in his place. His alibi is perfect.
Now, bring him in.
Yes, sir.
She followed us.
That's a screwy one, Casey.
Yeah.
Another screwy one, like his fear of drums.
Mr. Sykes, sir.
Oh, I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau, Mr. Sykes. You already know Miss Williams and Mr. Casey.
Let me see, Chris.
Now, the body's still in the next room where it was found. Now, step in. Take a look.
So that's what she does to a man.
Who is this she?
Let me out of here, Captain. I can't look anymore.
Now, let's go back into the other room. Sit down, Mr. Sykes, and tell us what you know about this thing.
I may as well tell you. I know now there's no way of getting away from her. Vasco said we couldn't.
Vasco?
She got Vasco first. Now it's Chris. Soon it'll be me.
You explain what you're talking about?
Okay. There were three of us who bailed out of the plane over the jungle.
Casey,
Quiet, Andy, quiet.
Vasco had caused a lot of political trouble in his own country, and he'd been told to stay out of it, or else. He paid Chris Johansson and me $1,000 to fly him back there without anyone getting wise. We'd have done it if our plane hadn't gone wrong. But it did, and we had to jump. We were in luck, we thought, because all of us landed safe in the clearing. Then, all of a sudden...
Sykes, what was that?
Sounded like a drum, Chris.
It is a drum.
Oh, that's nuts, Vasco. There's nothing but animals in this part of the jungle. You saw it from the air. We're deep in the bush.
Look there.
Yeah. Guys with spears and clubs.
Indians.
They are all around this clearing. You got the only gun, Sykes. Shoot. No, don't. The biggest man have laid down his spear and lift his hand in a sign of peace.
Try. They're all laying down their weapons.
It looked like they are coming as friends.
They were friendly Indians. They took us to their village and treated us swell. Seems we were the first white men they'd ever run into.
Isolated tribe.
Vasco called them a lost tribe, Casey. They had houses full of stone, and they acted civilized. That is, outside of their religion.
Their religion?
They worship snakes.
Now, go on.
So, boa constrictors were sacred to them. And they made human sacrifices to the boa.
How?
When anyone broke a law, they tied them up in big drums. After a while, a big snake would slide out of the jungle, and well, I saw it done, but it didn't warn me.
Let's have the rest, though.
The top medicine man, the head priest of the tribe, had a good-looking daughter who fell for me hard. She had a bracelet of emeralds.
Huh? Oh.
Wait. After I picked up a little of her language, she told me where there were bigger, finer emeralds. I told Chris and Vasco what she'd said, so one night the three of us started out.
We must be getting close to the place she told you about, Sykes.
Yeah, as I get it from her, Chris, we'll find a long stone building completely hidden by jungle growth. Hold your torch higher, Oscar.
All right. I do not like this business, Sykes.
You gonna start that again?
If they catch us before we can escape, well, you have seen what happened to men who break their law.
They're not gonna get me squeezed by any big snake, not while I have a gun.
Listen.
Those drums.
I hear.
They are calling the big snake for the sacrifice tonight.
Yeah, that's why I picked tonight to come here. The whole village will be attending the ceremony.
You are sure nobody guards that temple where we go to?
The girl says it's guarded only by the spirits. They won't bother us.
We shall be robbing their temple.
Oh, look. There is the long stone building.
That's the place.
We can walk right in.
Sure, and take what we want. Come on.
It is so dark in there, and these torches give so little light.
They'll give enough. The emeralds are back.
On a statue, you said.
Yeah, come on.
Sykes, I see.
Hold it. A snake. A big snake. Run, get out.
Chris, you fool. It's the statue.
The statue?
Yes, Chris. Carved of stone with a human face.
No, I see now. It has a woman's face.
And its eyes are emeralds. The biggest I've ever seen.
And that emerald necklace.
We'll be millionaires, Chris.
No, millionaires.
I'll climb up and get them. What's that?
The drum. It started when you touched the snake statue. Maybe it's a warning.
Buck, hand me a knife, Chris.
Here. And be quick, Sykes.
You are going to...
Do what I came to do, Vasca. Cut off this necklace and pry out them emerald eyes. After I pried the emerald eyes out, the three of us beat it fast. But when we slept, we dreamed of drums and that big statue of the Serpent Goddess, the snake with a woman's face. And sometimes deep in the jungle, we'd hear drums or think we heard them. Vasca kept saying we'd never get away with what we'd done. He wanted his cut just like the rest of us. We kept on chopping our way through the tangled bush, hoping we'd finally get out of that jungle. One day, when we laid down...
There is no reason, Sykes, why you do not divide those emeralds now instead of waiting.
I told you. Chris and I have voted no. We're 2-1.
Yes, 2-1. And every day we get closer to the edge of the jungle.
You cut it out, Vasca. We ain't going to do nothing to you.
Not a thing. It's your turn to scare up some grub. Suppose you get at it.
Why will you never lend me your pistol, Sykes?
Use your knife. I told you. I'm a good shot, and I don't waste bullets, and I'm saving the few I've got left.
For what?
For emergencies, of course.
I see.
Now, get going. I'm hungry.
I go. Listen.
To what?
I don't hear nothing but birds.
I hear drums.
I don't hear any drums.
You don't hear them now?
No.
There are no drum sounds.
Maybe I hear them because I will be the first of us to pay for robbing the Serpent Goddess. I go to hunt for food.
Guy's driving me nuts, Chris.
Me too. Sykes, you didn't hear no drum.
No, I'm sure. Did you?
I do not think so. I'm not always sure.
He said maybe he heard him because he'll be the first of us to... Sykes! It's Vasca!
Snake? Come away, Sykes. Run.
Away, Chris. Away! We didn't try to help him. We knew it'd be no use. We were afraid.
Just left the guy to die.
Yes, Casey. All we did was run until we dropped and couldn't run anymore. Then the fever got us. I woke up in a village where the news reporters came, and Chris and I denied the true things we'd said while the fever was in our heads because...
I can guess why you denied this story.
Now she's followed us.
She's paid off, Chris. And I'm next.
I didn't see nothing in the paper today about the Johansson killing Casey. Ain't Captain Logan going to arrest Sykes?
What for?
His alibi was 100%.
Yeah, but he confessed to stealing them emeralds.
In another country, pal. From jungle Indians.
Oh.
There is one thing, Ethelbert, but it doesn't look very promising.
What is it, Miss Williams?
Well, Logan's turned up a witness who says he saw Johansson let a woman into his apartment about a half hour before he was killed.
A woman?
Yeah, described as a small brunette and carrying a small leather traveling case.
Oh, a little skinny girl couldn't squeeze a big guy to death?
No.
You think Sykes will be bumped off like Johansson was and that Vasca?
Oh, he seems to think so. It's funny. That guy's trying to pack a month of life into every hour because he figures every hour will be his last. Hey, Annie, what do you say? Let's drop off at his new apartment on our way home. Maybe we can cheer him up a little.
Okay, Scout, if you must do a good deed.
Well, it's a selfish good deed. I'd like to hear Sykes talk some more about that guy, Vasca.
Oh, there's a parking spot, Casey, back of that old Ford coupe.
That's for us. Hey, somebody put a bad dent in the fender of that jalopy.
Huh, I'll say. Oh, Sykes certainly got himself a swanky place to live when he moved out of that hotel. Whole first floor of these new garden apartments.
Yep. Come on, I'll get you out of the car.
Okay.
There's a light behind those Venetian blinds so the guy's at home anyway. Let's go in.
I am sorry. Excuse me.
What case is it? But what's your hurry?
Well, she is in a hurry. Almost knocked you over and gets into that old Ford and off she
Suitcase
goes.
of hers almost cracked my shin.
She came out of Sykes' door.
Hey, Annie. She was a small, pretty brunette.
So?
With a traveling case.
Casey!
She and her Ford are out of sight. Hey, look. Let's get into Sykes' apartment quick.
Okay. Yeah, hey, she didn't close the door tight.
Nuts with ceremony and the bell. I'll open it myself.
Sykes is lying on the floor.
Just like Johansson.
Hey, is he dead?
He's dead, all right.
Oh, Casey.
I think he's been squeezed to death. Just like Johansson.
The Serpent Goddess. But that little brunette, she couldn't have crushed him.
Don't see how. When gal's answering the same description as him. Huh.
What'd you just pick up?
The valve cap off a tire. I wonder how that got here.
Tire cap, huh? Well, that won't help any.
Hey, it's plenty help. Annie, pick up that phone and get your story into the paper.
Yeah?
I'm getting Logan at headquarters to tell him to locate an old Ford coupe with a dented rear fender. That's the car, Logan. I'm sure of it.
The garage guy here says that Ford belongs to a Miss Isabella Vasca. Is Isabella Vasca?
Yes.
I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau.
Well,
Remember me, Miss Vasca? It wasn't smart to use that dented car for a getaway after you murdered Sykes.
I did not try to be careful or smart after my work was accomplished. I'm very tired. Please, take me to jail.
You admit the killing of Sykes?
I proudly admit it, for I am Pedro Vasca's sister.
So that's the connection. Where is your brother, Miss Vasca?
We never really believed he was killed by any human-faced boa constrictor.
He wasn't. He got out of the jungle. And he wrote me a letter.
Tell me about it.
My brother was sure those men, Sykes and Johansson, intended to kill him. So when he called to them that the Serpent Goddess had him in her coils, it was a trick. He knew they would run away quick and leave him as they did. Then, alone, he made his way to a village at the edge of the jungle, where he wrote to me of everything that has happened, and asked me to avenge him.
How did you do the job in such a fancy way, Miss Vasca? How did you crush those men to death?
I know how she did that, Logan.
You know.
I think so.
Oh.
First, I want to know why she did it. Why didn't your brother do his own avenging, Miss Vasca?
Because when he wrote me that letter, he was dying. Just before he reached that village at the edge of the jungle, his body was broken. in the coils of a big snake.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Very seldom do you hear a commercial announcement as important as the one we have for you tonight. It's about a brand new kind of dinnerware, a product of Anchor Glass. Its name is Jadeite. 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 It looks and feels like rare Chinese porcelain, and it's as sturdy and heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you use in your oven, and its cost is unbelievably low. Now, for instance, a beautiful Jadeite cup and saucer costs only 15 cents. In fact, this revolutionary new Jadeite costs less than half as much as the very cheapest dinnerware on the market. Now, you can buy Jadeite items separately or a complete dinner service for $6 for less than $5. Now, the demand for Jadeite is enormous. To avoid disappointment, go to the nearest chain store, department store, or other store selling chinaware or glass tomorrow and ask for Jadeite by name. Jadeite, Jadeite, is the newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Hey, tell me how a little woman like that Miss Vasca was able to kill them two big guys like she did, Casey. And how did you know?
Well, that valve cap I found was the tip-off, Ethelbert. That and the suitcase she carried. And that suitcase contained a long, thick rubber tube and a portable electric air compressor pump.
And Isabella Vasca's a pretty woman, Ethelbert. Both Sykes and Johansson were wolves. She let them pick her up and take her to their apartments, and then she tapped them on the head with a well-padded blackjack that left no mark and wrapped the big tube around them and inflated it with the electric pump.
You know, if a doctor ever used one of those blood pressure gadgets on your arm, pal, you know how air can squeeze. Of course, the doctor only uses a small bulb to pump it in a small tube.
Gee, it was as simple as all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all this certainly wrecks the notion that Serpent Goddess was paying off them three for stealing her emeralds.
Does it, pal?
Think about it, Ethelbert.
Gee.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Tittison is the Blue Note pianist. Help save lives by buying Christmas seals. These seals support the fight against tuberculosis. Buy and use Christmas seals, and be sure to mail your packages early. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In service, starting mileage 6,587, 6587. Officers Perkins and Good.
Check by 6:09 p.m. Starting night watch.
This is Don, the district reporting instant service on the night watch. You're going to ride with us tonight. Just where, your guess is as good as mine. But just remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch. Presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 56 on patrol and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Control 1 to all units. All units in the vicinity at car 52 at 8700 Maple. That's 8700 Maple. A 211 just occurred. Ambulance follow-up. 52, your call code 3. 56, your call code 2. 6:14 p.m.
5610-4. We're rolling on a 211. That's a holdup. Ambulance has been dispatched. That indicates that someone has been shot or injured. In a matter of seconds, we'll be on the scene. No way of telling what we're going into. The uniform car will be coming in from the north. We're swinging in from the south. Traffic is light tonight. Gives us an opportunity to check the incoming cars. Just an outside chance, but there's always the possibility to observe a fast-moving car which might be connected with a holdup. One more block to go. It's the liquor store on the corner. We're wheeling into the curb. Heading into the store. The motor officer just rolled up. Bill heard. Man lying on the counter. Blood flowing from a head wound. Broken bottles. Smell of beer and whiskey.
We got an ambulance coming in. Thank you, Ron.
I don't know if you got that. Victim is hit over the head with a hammer.
But Dad, I wouldn't let him go. See, I had to fight him. He finally ran out. He went up Culver Boulevard running. Yeah, man about 40, 45, sort of grayish-brown hair, and sort of blue clothes, blue suit on, light blue, and very extremely nervous. He ran up the street. Yeah,
Glasses or a hat or anything?
No, nothing.
Which one? What kind of a gun?
No gun. He hit me. I turned my back and he hit me over there with a hammer. He was going to hit me again, and I started fighting him and wrestled him.
That's not your hand. How tall is he?
He's about 5'10".
5'10"? Gray brown hair. 5'10". How much he weigh?
He weighed about 160 or 70.
Which way did he go? North?
He went right up this way.
Now about 45 years of age.
Car?
On foot. On foot. Perkins is putting it out on the air right now. Border officer is taking off to cover the area. Suspect is possibly on foot. District uniform car coming in.
Directions they go? He went east on Culver running by himself, one man, white male American, 45 years, gray-brown hair, light blue suit, 5'10", 160 pounds. We have the hammer in here. It's not a armed robbery. It's 211 slugging.
Over to our car to radio information.
5-6 to all units. The description on this 211 slugging. Male white American, 45 years of age, wearing a light blue suit, gray-brown hair.
While the sergeant's sending that description out over the air to our other units in the field, let's get back into the liquor store here and check out the man who has been injured. And Cameron of the district uniform car talking to the victim.
Anything around here? He touched the register, wiped everything he touched. Except the hammer. I wouldn't let it go. And he says, I want your money. I said, I haven't got any. He says, I want it. So to pacify him, I said, well, let's get it on the register. And I kept holding on to the hammer, and so did he. So we came over this far, and he says, open the register. I said, oh, no, I'm not letting go of this. So I said, press the blue button. So he pressed the blue button, and the register opened. He grabbed whatever was in there, and he grabbed, so with his other hand, he started wiping it out with a handkerchief, and I was getting kind of weak from the blows, so I started shouting at him, get out of here, get out of here. So finally he got scared and he ran out. I ran out, sort of dizzy-like, and I said, I better go call a car. So I did, and that was it.
And you'll know him again when you see him.
Oh, yes, I saw him before. He's been around here, I'm sure.
Been around here, sir?
Yes, he's been around here. Because, you see, I recognized, I said hello, and he says, I said, can I help you? He says, oh.
How much money did you get?
He must have taken about 10, 15, 20, 30. He took about $30.
About $30 on your person?
No, he couldn't even touch me. I was holding on to the hammer. It's the minute since he hit me.
Oh, you're holding on to the high seat.
See, what happened was he asked me to get the beer, and I, like a fool, turned my back and started reaching for the thing. I just knew it was coming, and pow! He hit me with everything. I fell to the floor, and I was surprised I woke up. So I turn around, and there he is. He leaps down on top of me and starts swinging. I grabbed his arm, then I grabbed the hammer, and we started going around. We smashed the beer. I kicked him. So we both wrestled over here, and he opened this, asked me how to open this, and that was it. Then I scared him by saying, you better get out of here before someone comes in. And he left. But I still held on to the hammer.
Think his prints will be on there, Sergeant?
I don't think so, Don. It's a pretty rough hammer. It's a little ball-peen hammer. He got hit over the head. The blunt end of it. We'll take it out and try it anyway for prints.
Well, let's hope. That sounds like the ambulance right now. Let's hope there are prints on that. Sounds like them rolling in now. Here they are. Here comes the ambulance rolling in. Two attendants coming into the store with a first aid kit.
Lucky he didn't kill me. He had
examining the wound.
Chance to hit me as hard as he wanted to. Is it all right?
Oh, he got it.
Is it? Oh, swell.
Lieutenant Machado is over here now to take charge. Sergeant Perkins is bringing him up to date.
Lieutenant Olson, we notified it this evening. Not as yet. The fellow who got hit here said that this man wiped all of his fingerprints off of everything he touched in here except for the hammer.
Yes.
The hammer's on down to the station.
Right.
And we can preserve that down there for Lieutenant Olson.
Right. Well, we'll get a teletype out.
Right. See if he got about, what was it?
Said $30.
$30 in cash.
$30 in cash.
Yeah.
Has Lieutenant Conlon notified you?
Not yet.
I'll notify Lieutenant Conlon.
Fine. Right. Righto. We'll handle it from here and let the card make the rest of the report.
Let's get back to the car. We have the weapon with us. The hammer used by the suspect to slug his victim. It's tied to a string so as not to smudge any of the prints. So, let's get back to police headquarters and the Fingerprint Bureau. Here at the station, Sergeant Perkins is getting out an APB, an all-points bulletin on the suspect. Meanwhile, we're heading for the Fingerprint Bureau. See if there's anything turned up on the weapon yet. Lieutenant Olson and Officer Cameron are kneeling down on the floor, dusting the hammer. Let's see if they've done any good. Hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Don. How are you?
Swell.
Good.
Any chance of any prints?
Well, I believe we'll have some partial prints here at least.
Golly, that looks like a good one up high.
Well, a whole lot depends on what we can find when we left it. Stuff from getting it off of wood isn't too satisfactory, but it's a pretty good finish on this handle. It's practically new.
I noticed that that's a black powder you're putting on there. What type of powder is that, Lieutenant?
Well, it's specially prepared fingerprint powder made out of black Oh, and there's a lot of different things in it. Rosin, anything that makes it adhere to the fluid.
It takes on a sort of a grayish color now. Will you photograph? I noticed there's several smudges coming out here and there. Will you photograph that, and the result will be a fingerprint?
That's right. And, of course, we lift it and preserve it in that manner. We take it off of the article.
Well, so far we have the suspect down to a local. The victim is a holdup. It says that he's seen the victim at least 3 times in the last 6 months. In the area? In the area and in the store. All connections with him have been in the store.
The victim, Don, has he gone home or is he back at work?
He's been taken to the hospital, Lieutenant.
The hammer certainly had prints on it. I don't. We'll have to check them against the victim. If he was wrestling for this hammer, his prints may be the ones that come out good on here. However, we'll be able to tell as soon as we get the victim's prints.
Yeah.
This string that was tied on that hammer to pick it up and to bring it in here was one of the smartest things that the investigating officer could do. Ordinarily, you see, or at least in fiction, the detective will pick an article up that he's bringing into the eye bureau, into the crime lab. He'll pick it up in a handkerchief or a piece of paper, and that definitely ruins, or stands a good chance of ruining the print. But the way this was prepared, tying a string around so that it would balance, and he carried it in, not having touches at all, I'm satisfied that I have the prints of either the suspect or the victim, because they wrestle for that hammer.
Well, like I said, the bulk of it, I hope, is our boy.
That's right.
I hope so. Well, I want to head on down, so thanks a million, Lieutenant.
Okay.
See you later. Bye. Let's get back to Sergeant Perkins' office, see what's doing. Check up the marijuana? Yeah, we'll take a run over there. I know where the address is. Okay, I'll leave a report on your desk. Okay, right. Hi. Hi, Don. Well, we've done about all we can on that 211. Lieutenant Collins just called and gave us another assignment. Yeah, what's that? Well, he got a report back from a crime lab about some leaves found on a man's jacket. Seems it turned out to be marijuana.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to car 5-6 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
In a moment, we'll be at the location where we are to interrogate the owner of a small dry cleaning establishment. Now, this is the information we have to go on. A man entered this store last week and left a jacket to be cleaned. An unusual tight leaf was found in the pocket, which aroused the suspicion of the store proprietor. Of course, this was only a supposition on the owner's part until he notified the Detective Bureau, and the samples were sent to the crime lab for analysis. Results? The leaves found were definitely marijuana. Well, here we are. Our job now, locate the owner of the jacket in which the narcotics were found. Inside the store.
I'm Sergeant Perkins. Identification. Do you have some information?
Now, as to any further identification of who, what, or where,
phone call.
we're going to have to leave that part unsaid.
Phone call.
We found the loaf of jacket in the pocket.
It was in the pocket. We sent it down to the Los Angeles County Crime Lab, and there was sufficient leaf on these twigs to show that it was marijuana. When we run across stems, it indicates usually one of two things. Either that the person that has the stems has access to the plant itself growing someplace, or that he has had sufficient quantity that he has refined or used the leaf and didn't bother to get rid of the stem. They don't smoke the stem. They use the leaf of the seed. Usually indicates a pretty big deal. It's not just an average run-of-the-mill marijuana smoker. Now, whether or not the boy is smoking or pushing it or has access to it, that's something we've got to find out. We have run into some narcotics locally which some young people are involved in that may tie into it.
Well, if I can help in a way, I will.
All right, Swell. Thanks for
right.
We appreciate your cooperation. We know where you work, so we're going to go over there and have a little talk with them. Thanks very much. Good night.
This fellow works around here somewhere, doesn't he?
Yeah, he works at the gas station right around the corner down here. We'll swing around in back and see if this car is there. If it is, then we'll go in and talk to him.
Yeah.
This is it right over here.
Yeah. See, is that the license number?
Yeah, that's his car back there. Let's go shake the car down. It's behind the building there. He can't see us.
Yeah. Okay. Suspect's car here. In behind this building. Now they came to shake the car down now to see if we can find anything that may indicate use of marijuana. Working now in the back seat.
3 seeds. 4 seeds.
Marijuana seeds?
Yeah. Right along the crack of the door here, see him? Let's see. See right here? There's one there.
Yeah.
There's one there.
Yeah. That means he's been blasting here in the car, doesn't it?
That's right. Look. See, there's one here and one here. There's 2 more there. Right at the crack of the door.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take these 2 for evidence. We're going to leave these 2 in here.
Right.
So when we get the boy, we're going to show him that we found some seeds in the car.
Right.
Got it?
Check.
Okay. Let's go around and have a little talk with this fellow.
Right.
It's a cat.
What is that?
It's a cat.
Is that what it is?
He knows we're coming now, anyway.
Boy, gosh, it jumped like I was shot. I'll get around the building here now. Service station is directly ahead. Let's move across the lot now to where the suspect is working.
You the fellow that owns the car out there in back?
Yeah.
We're police officers. Step inside. We want to talk to you.
Moving into the building. Suspect appears rather nervous. Short, heavy build. Hands covered with grease. He's wiping them off on a rag. Reaching for a cigarette.
Ready? Black sedan. You driving it tonight?
Huh?
You're the one that drives it?
Huh?
No one else drives it, huh? 2 of those 2 little seeds? They came out of your car tonight. There's more of them still in the car. That's marijuana. You want to start telling us about it, or shall we tell you what we know?
Well, sir, I haven't had anything to do with it.
You haven't?
I used to run around with fellas that have, but I haven't myself. Because I haven't gotten in any trouble at all.
I'm not saying you got into trouble. I'm telling you had narcotics. You use them, you blast.
Oh, sir.
Found these marijuana twigs in your coat pocket. These marijuana seeds in your car, there's more of them in there. I'll take you over and show them in your car. What about it?
Well, sir, those don't belong to me.
Where'd they come from?
Well, I don't know. There might have been somebody got in my car or something.
There might have been. But there wasn't. You take that car of yours and turn it over to the state. You can find it on the narcotics violation. The state will seize it.
Well, sir, those seeds, I haven't the faintest idea how they get in there. I used to do that, but it's been about 4 or 5 months since I have.
When's the last time you blasted?
About then.
What made you stop?
I just have decided that it's not doing me any good at all.
Where do you get your stuff from? Who?
Well, what I used to do, we used to just go down to Mexico then.
What about to Mexico?
Tijuana.
Who's we?
Oh, me and anybody else that could go.
Blasting your car?
We did it a couple of times.
Front or back seat?
Front seat.
Well, we found seats in the front and back.
Well, I don't know how they got in the back seat then.
Well, you're in a spot right now. Well, when you go down to Mexico and get the stuff, what kind of stuff you get? Get it with twigs in it? What do you pay for it?
$15 or so.
How many roaches you make out of stuff in the bag?
I don't know.
I don't believe you didn't say the last time you blasted. Those seeds there are too fresh for that.
Well, somebody else was dropping in my car.
But don't you think it's a little unusual for us to, if you haven't blasted in the last 3 or 4 months, that all of a sudden we get an investigation on it? We start going. We find marijuana in your car, marijuana in your jacket pocket.
I don't know why they would anybody would investigate me.
Narcotics. Happens when against the law.
I was, sir. I'm not anymore.
How often did you blast?
Just on weekends, usually.
How many did you blast at a time?
Couple.
You know, the state of California will seize any car which narcotics have been transported in. Because all they need is one little seed. We just brought 2 in to show it to you. We go back and probably get about 30 or 40 out of that car every time we get through. That's a lot of cigarettes, a lot of roaches.
I'll admit it.
And you're going to be booked on a possession charge. Possession of narcotics. Get your coat on. Let's go on down to the station.
Here at police headquarters, the officers are busy making out reports, so let's go on into the detention room and talk for a moment with the young suspect that was picked up a short while ago. Glancing through the bars, his father is talking with him. Apparently they're through. They're just getting up. Let's go on in. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your arrest. Would you like to discuss it?
Yes, I would.
Let's come right to the point. Why did you start smoking marijuana?
Well, I think it just, sometimes you feel, there's not much to do, and it doesn't seem to do much for you, and I don't know, I guess it was just something to do.
Mm-hmm. How does smoking one of these marijuana cigarettes affect you?
Well, it just kind of shuts things out from you. Just has sort of a deadening effect. It doesn't, things aren't as sharp or as clear as they usually are.
Did you try to use this as a means of escape from everyday problems?
Well, I don't think that was the reason I started. I guess I got running around with the wrong friends, and it was just everybody seemed like that was doing it.
Okay. I want to talk with your father for a moment. Sir, in just a few moments, this young fellow will be transferred down to Juvenile Hall, where he'll be held pending court action. How do you think he got started smoking marijuana?
Curiosity, probably. And if curiosity was what led youngsters in the teenage group to try marijuana, why doesn't that same curiosity take them to Juvenile Hall to see some of the results? I just hope maybe they'll try that rather than the marijuana.
Thanks very much.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually occurred on The Night Watch. And now back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The suspect in the robbery and assault case tonight is still at large. Our Detective Bureau is continuing the search, and every police department has been alerted to watch for a suspect answering his description. When this suspect is taken into custody, he will be charged with 211 Penal Code, the penalty of which is not less than 5 years. In the final case, where a young man was charged with violation of the State Narcotics Act, the subject was booked on Section 11502 of the Health and Safety Code. Even more important than the arrest of this suspect was his personal realization that further contact with marijuana could lead to his possible addiction of an even more dangerous narcotic such as heroin and ruin his entire life. Night watch is the result of many grueling hours of work and exposure to considerable danger to take you to the scene of action. But we are doing so for a purpose. You are hearing for the first time the decisions and problems your law enforcement officers must face in the field. If we succeed in bringing this message to just a few, then we are accomplishing our purpose in presenting Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
My dear Harold, finally. In a few seconds you will learn why this mansion is so completely burglar-proof.
I saw the men working on the wall, Mr. Simmons. They were finished with the masonry 2 days ago.
Oh, yes, they were finished with the masonry. A wall 10 feet high now completely covers the front of this place of mine, and there is nothing but a cliff in back. But a mere wall and a cliff are not sufficient protection.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will, my dear Harold, you will. You are my caretaker, but your work will be relatively easy. Believe me, it will be easy. Oh, what's keeping those men?
Keeping them from what, sir?
From trying out the device they've installed. I can't imagine it. Hear that, Harold? Harold, you hear that?
What is it, Mr. Simmons?
It's an electric eye system, Harold. It's completely foolproof and burglar-proof. If anyone so much as approaches within 6 feet of any part of those walls, that alarm goes off. Nobody can get to me here, Harold. Ha! Nobody.
Mr. Simmons, you've never told me who it is you were afraid of.
Who it is? It could be any of a dozen people, Harold. Weak people. People who resented the fact that in the battle of business, I was successful, and they weren't. But now I'm safe, with you to look after me 24 hours a day.
You can depend on me, Mr. Simmons.
Indeed I do, Harold, and indeed I will. It's true I know nothing of your background, but you strike me as satisfactory. You look me square in the eye all the time. That's important. Besides, I'm used to taking chances on people. 5 years ago, when I first hired Betty Jarnes as my secretary, I knew nothing of her either.
Miss Jarnes is very capable.
Yes, and very lovely. And I rewarded her, Harold, just as I'll reward you if you are faithful to your duties. When I die, she receives a considerable fortune.
I'll do my best, Mr. Simmons.
Oh, Harold, just to prove to you that I'm not an old fool, I said I knew nothing about you. That is true. But just in case you were sent here by one of my friends,
Mr. Simmons,
please don't think I overlooked that possibility. Just in case you were sent here by one of my friends, allow me to assure you that I have means of protecting myself at all times. See?
That gun is entirely unnecessary where I'm concerned, sir.
Perhaps. But it is well to have it with me all the time, regardless. I'm glad we had this little chat, Harold. As you can see, I'm protected from strangers by the wall and its electric eye. And I'm protected from my own household by this gun. I'm completely safe. And for the first time in years, I'm at ease.
Very good, sir. I'm glad.
I'm an old man, Harold, and this is the freedom I've been looking forward to for years. Perhaps I don't have too long to live, but they're going to be easy years. Harold, didn't you hear what I said?
Yes, sir. You said perhaps you don't have too long to live.
Jim, are you there?
Hello, sis. I'm here. Why are you calling?
I had to talk to you, Jim. So much is happening, and you're 1,000 miles away.
Another gripe about that job of yours?
Yes, it's still Mr. Simmons. He's unbearable.
So why don't you quit? Why do you keep calling me up and complaining every week?
Oh, no. No, I don't quit this job. Not with all that money I'm being left in Simmons' will. I'm sticking.
Well, then what's your beef?
He's moved out to a place in the country. There's a wall around the house. The windows are barred. And I've got to work there and live there.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. All I know is that this place is a prison. Gray stone, flat roof. Whew. Those barred windows and the wall, I feel like I'm in jail. Oh, if only something would happen to the old buzzard.
Like what? Like realizing that you deserve a couple of days off a week so you can have a fling at living?
That's not what I'm thinking, Jim. I was thinking that it looks like I'm going to be able to live only if Mr. Simmons dies.
Take a letter, Miss Jarnes.
Yes, sir.
To Frank Rodney, Bank Building City. Dear Frank, in reply to your letter of even date, the answer is no. Sincerely. Sign my name to it.
Yes, Mr. Simmons.
Now then, take a letter
Mr. Simmons, could I please fix myself some lunch now? I can take the rest of the letters this afternoon.
Of course not. My mail comes first.
But it's 3 o'clock, sir, and I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Dissatisfied here, Miss Jarnes? If you are, I might be able to make other arrangements for a secretary. Of course, there are other changes that would be made at the same time. Changes affecting my will.
Mr. Simmons, will you please forget about that will? That's all I ever hear from you. After all, I just wanted a sandwich. Is that so unreasonable?
It is, inasmuch as I have other things for you to do. No, Miss Jarnes, perhaps you've been with me too long. Take a letter to my attorney. Ask him to please be here tomorrow morning and to bring my will with him.
Vance? Oh, Vance?
Oh, just a minute. Markham, what are you doing here at this hour? Come in.
Thank you, Vance. I'm sorry to have awakened you.
Awakened me, my friend. No, you didn't. I haven't been to bed. I've been reading up on criminal identification through hair analysis. Very interesting. Kept me from realizing it was daylight.
Vance, don't you ever do anything that ordinary people do?
Like sleep, you mean, Markham? I'd have gone to sleep if I were tired. I wasn't, so I stayed up. How about you? District attorney's hours don't begin this early, do they?
They do when there's a murder. And there's been a murder, Vance.
In that case, Markham, I'll slip out of this robe and into a shower and be with you in a moment. Come along, you can tell me all about it.
Right. It seems, Vance, that a millionaire named Ezra Simmons built himself a mansion out in the suburbs and installed every known method of burglar alarm. But someone got in last night and shot him to death.
Really? I know about Simmons. He made a fortune stepping on people's backs. I'll hop in the shower and make this as quick as possible.
Good. Of course, Vance, there's a possibility that Simmons was killed by someone in his house. His secretary, Betty Jarnes, or his caretaker, Harold Eckner.
No question about that possibility.
Miss Jarnes claims she couldn't stay in the house last night and went into town, returning this morning to discover the body. And the caretaker claims he heard no one try to get in, nor will he say he killed Simmons.
Unreasonable of him, isn't it? How would you like me to tell you how Simmons might have been killed?
But, man, how could you? Apparently, neither the caretaker nor Miss Jarnes killed him. That's a little too obvious. And you don't know anything about any of the details of this case.
All I know is what you've told me, Markham. But I won't disturb you with one of my long-range predictions. I'd suggest we get right up to the Simmons mansion.
Right now, Vance?
Hardly. I think we ought to wait until I get dressed first.
That's it, Vance. That's the Simmons house just on top of that hill.
I see it, Markham. Large, isn't it?
Quite. And that wall surrounding it must be 10 foot high with barbed wire at the top.
Probably electrically charged wire. Mr. Simmons was well protected.
Apparently not well enough protected, Vance. Somebody did get to him, remember?
Yes, I most certainly do. And somebody most certainly did.
Now, I guess I'd better stop here and wait for someone to... Now, what in the world is that?
An electric eye system, I imagine. As soon as any object comes between the posts in front of the gate, those bells go off.
Oh, of course.
Here comes someone to open the gate. Caretaker, probably.
Probably. I asked Sergeant Heath to let him resume his duties around the place until we got here. Hello there.
Hello. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, and this is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Sergeant Heath?
He's up at the house. They've taken Mr. Simmons' body away, but Sergeant Heath sent for me to expect you.
Very kind of the sergeant. That's quite an elaborate bell system Mr. Simmons had installed, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It wasn't necessary where you and Mr. Markham were concerned, though. I saw you two from my room, and when I saw your car, I came down to open the gate.
Well, hop on the running board, Eckner, and we'll drive you to the house.
Yes, sir. Just follow the road. It turns left a little way up.
Right.
Just a minute, Markham, if you please.
What is it, Vance?
Stop the car.
Certainly.
I want to look at the outside of this place. Eckner, can you drive the car up to the house?
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Do that, will you, please? Come on out, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance. Yeah.
I'll leave the car in front of the house, Mr. Markham.
Thank you. Now, Vance, what is this for? You know that Heath is holding Mr. Simmons' secretary, Betty Jarnes, up at the house. Why stop?
I just thought of a way that somebody could get past that wall without sounding the alarm.
But how, man? By tunneling under it?
No, nothing quite that obvious. If there had been a tunnel, Heath would have discovered it by now. I thought if there were a lawn...
But there isn't. There's nothing but rocks leading from the wall to the house. What were you thinking?
Well, if the murderer were very clever, he could have gotten past that wall without sounding the alarm by using my method.
And that method was?
By vaulting over the wall, using a pole. Of course, the murderer would have had to be an athlete, but that would have narrowed down our suspects.
Yes.
But nobody or nothing could land on these rocks. Well, I see our friend the caretaker's waiting for us at the door.
Yes, he is. Oh, Eckner, where is Sergeant Heath?
He's trying all the windows for clues, Mr. Markham. Will you come in, sir?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Is this the library, Eckner?
The living room, Mr. Vance. Miss Jarnes is in there waiting for you.
Good. Come in with us, will you, please?
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Markham and Philo Vance, Miss Jarnes.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Miss Jarnes. I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
You have. But does that matter any to you?
Frankly, no, now that your attitude is apparent. Miss Jarnes, who might have killed your employer?
Almost anybody he formerly did business with. He was cordially hated by a lot of people.
Including you.
I hated him as much as anybody, I guess.
But you continued to work for him?
Oh, yes. Yes, I was a very faithful employee. Wouldn't you be if you were being left a lot of money by an old man?
How much money, Miss Jarnes?
I'd like to go up to my room, Mr. Vance, please. I have a headache.
Of course.
Thank you.
By the way, Miss Jarnes, how much money was Mr. Simmons leaving you?
How much?
Yes.
$1 million.
You can say that again, Markham. Oh, Eckner.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Were you in Mr. Simmons' will, too?
I've only been here a week.
I see. Markham, walk over to the window with me, will you, please?
Of course, Vance. What's on your mind?
Tell you in a moment. Keep your back to our friend, Mr. Eckner, there, and listen to this. Mr. Eckner? Mr. Eckner?
He doesn't answer, Vance. I'd better turn around and see if he's still there. Yes, he is.
I just wanted confirmation of a theory, Markham. This one is correct, thank goodness. You see, the late Mr. Simmons went into an involved routine to have his home wired with gongs that would go off if an intruder approached. But all in vain.
I still don't know what you're driving at, Vance.
Don't you? Well, Eckner here, the man he depended upon to protect him in case those gongs went off, happens to be stone deaf.
This is District Attorney Markham. The $1 million murder case opened with the finding of the body of Ezra Simmons, much disliked recluse, despite all of Simmons' efforts to protect himself. Suspects include his secretary, Betty Jonas, and a caretaker, Harold Eckner, who, Vance has discovered, is stone deaf. At noon of the day following the murder, Joseph Hargrave, Simmons' lawyer, arrived at the mansion. All of us, Vance, Miss Jonas, Eckner, and I, are gathered in the library to hear him read the will he had brought.
Very well now, very well. Quiet, please. I must have quiet, please.
You'll have it, Mr. Hargrave.
Good. Now, let me see, where do I begin? Oh, yes. Miss Jonas, you wrote me a letter asking me to be here today.
Yes, I did. And to bring the will. Mr. Simmons wanted you here with it.
Don't know why. Don't care why. Guarantee he didn't know he'd be dead when I came now. Did he? Or did he? Could he have committed suicide?
Hardly, Mr. Hargrave, hardly.
Didn't think he would. Wasn't the type.
Mr. Hargrave, if you don't mind, I'm quite anxious to find out what was in the will.
What are you so anxious about, Mr. Vance? Nothing in it for you. Miss Jonas here gets $1 million. Mr. Eckner gets $10,000. The rest goes to a home for cats.
He left me $10,000, but I've only been with him a week.
There was a copy of the will in Mr. Simmons' desk. You were here long enough to see it, you know.
Miss Jonas, you can't mean I killed Mr. Simmons.
Oh, can't I, though?
What about you and the $1 million you got? You could have killed him.
I wasn't in this house when he was killed. You know that. I called you and told you I was going out.
Please, both of you, if you don't mind, I'd like to do some talking.
And if you don't mind, I won't listen. I can't stand people talking. It makes me nervous. If you don't mind, I'll just go to the kitchen and make myself some coffee.
What is it you were saying, Vance?
Well, first of all, I want to talk to Mr. Eckner. You are deaf, Mr. Eckner. Why didn't Miss Jarnes know that? And did Mr. Simmons know it?
No one here knew it. I can read lips perfectly. I was afraid to tell Mr. Simmons I was deaf. Thought maybe he wouldn't give me the job when I applied for it, and, well, I needed it.
I see. Well, I imagine that's reasonable. Apparently, you were the only one here last night when the murder was committed. I know you can't hear, so I don't expect you to be able to give me much information. But can you tell me anything at all?
I think so, Mr. Vance.
Well, go ahead, man. We're waiting.
Well, I was awake all last night, gentlemen. In my room, there's a lamp connected with the same electric eye device that sets off the gongs. Nobody could get near this house without my going out to investigate. And nobody did.
Hello. Hello, is that you, Jim?
Betty, honey, how's my favorite sister?
I've been trying for 15 minutes to get you on the phone, Jim. How soon can you get here?
What do you mean?
Jim, Mr. Simmons has been murdered. And Philo Vance thinks I did it. You've got to get here right away.
Yeah, okay, sis. I'll hop on a train in a half hour, but it'll take time. 15 or 16 hours, maybe longer, if I don't get a fast train.
Fly in, Jim, please.
Betty, you know I can't fly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I forgot for a second. Of course you can't fly. We'll take the train, but hurry. I need somebody on my side, Jim. It's got to be you.
Don't worry, honey. They aren't going to kick my kid sister around. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Where are you now?
I'm at the Simmons house calling from the hall. Oh, hurry, Jim. Please hurry.
Hang on tight, kid. I'll be there. Bye.
Goodbye.
Why couldn't you fly, Miss Jarnes?
Oh.
I didn't mean to startle you, and I certainly didn't mean to eavesdrop. But apparently I've done both, so I might as well take advantage of this situation. Why can't your brother fly here?
He cracked up flying a plane about 5 years ago. He won't go into a plane. But what excuse does that give you to listen to my conversation?
Miss Jarnes, believe me, I have no excuse. But I do have a reason.
There's a man out here to see you, Mr. Rodney. He told me to tell you his name was Buck.
Buck, eh? Send him in, Miss Morgan. Send him right in. Come in, Buck. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Rodney. Don't mind if I do.
Cigar?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
That's right, Buck. Sit down. You did a good job. I'm proud of you.
Simmons is dead, ain't he? You sent me to see that he got dead, didn't you? I saw to it.
Yep, you certainly did. And here's the money you asked for, just the way you asked for it, in small bills. Anybody see you come in here?
Nope. And nobody's going to see me leave. And nobody's going to see me again in this town for 2 years. I'm blowing this bike just like our deal said I should.
Yeah, you're a fine man for a delicate job, Buck. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care.
Okay, boss. And now I got my dough, and you got your corpse. And so I'm blowing out of here through this back door. You know, Rodney, I kind of enjoy knocking off a guy. Makes me feel like I was put into this world for a reason. So long.
Yes, Mr. Rodney.
Miss Morgan, call police headquarters for me, will you?
Police headquarters?
I want to report that if the police are looking for the murderer of Ezra Simmons, they can pick up Buck Digby at the Crosstown station in an hour. Hi, Markham.
Ah, there you are, Vance. Glad you got here. Where have you been?
Doing a little investigating, Markham. I knew I could leave you here at the Simmons mansion with complete confidence that if anything turned up, you'd let me know about it.
Something has turned up, Vance. 2 things, in fact.
One of them is that Miss Jarness' brother has arrived from out of town this morning. What's the other?
How did you know? Oh, you'll have a reasonable way, I know, so let's skip that. The other thing that turned up is that we picked up Mr. Simmons' murderer.
I beg your pardon.
We got a tip that Buck Digby killed Simmons and was about to leave town. We caught him at the station, and of course he denied everything, but we're pretty sure it's he.
Are you, Markham?
Yes.
Has he told you how he succeeded in getting into this house despite the wall, the electric eye, and the barred windows?
Well, no, he hasn't.
He probably won't either, Markham, because the chances are he didn't kill Simmons despite your tip. I think I know who murdered Ezra Simmons, Markham. And believe me, it isn't Buck Digby.
You haven't told me what I should do, Jim. You just sit there.
I'm thinking, sis, I'm thinking.
Oh.
You know, I don't think so good after 15 hours in a sleeper. Now, off the record. You didn't kill Simmons?
Oh, for on the record, I didn't kill him.
$1 million is a big reason, sis.
There you go again.
Sorry, I was just trying to make...
Who's there?
Philo Vance, may I come in?
Come in.
Please forgive my intruding into your room, Miss Jarness, but I was anxious to meet your brother. How do you do, sir? I'm Philo Vance.
Hi. What's going on here, Vance? What are they trying to do, frame my sister for that old buzzard's murder?
No, nobody's trying to frame her, Mr. Jarness. If she's innocent, I assure you she won't be put in jail. Until we're sure we're keeping her in this house. Miss Jarness, is there a room in this house that is relatively soundproof?
The basement is. It's equipped with all the gongs and stuff. But you can't hear what's going on in the rest of the house, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. I'm going to ask you and your brother to go down there. Join Mr. Markham and Harold Eckner. You're all going to see me drive down the road and out through the gate. And when you see me again, I'll be in this house, without an alarm being sounded or a window bar being out. I'll get in just like the murderer got in.
Vance has been gone over an hour. I can't understand what's keeping him.
I can, Mr. Markham. He just couldn't get in here without sounding those bells. How could anybody?
Nobody could, Jim. I went over the plans with the company that installed the electric eye. It's impossible for anybody to get into this place without sounding the alarm.
You're trying to make it look awfully bad for me, Miss Jarness. I was the only one in the house when Mr. Simmons was killed.
If it looks bad for you, that's not my fault. I didn't kill Mr. Simmons.
What I'd like to know is who did.
Is that all you'd like to know, Markham?
Vance!
I can tell you who did.
Vance, you did it. You got in. Not that there was any doubt in my mind that you would.
Thank you, my friend. And I believe when I arrived just now, I said I could tell you who killed Mr. Simmons. I can. Markham, you can arrest Miss Jarness' brother for murder.
Now, this requires a lot of explanation, Vance. Let's start with Buck Digby.
All right. He went to kill Simmons, but he found he couldn't get in the mansion without setting off all those gongs, so he gave up the idea. Then he heard on the radio that Simmons was dead, so he figured he'd collect regardless.
And the man who sent him to kill Simmons, that Mr. Rodney, he tipped us off to Buck. Why would he do that?
2 reasons. He was an allegedly respectable citizen. He knew that Buck would involve him if he were arrested, but he could always deny the accusation. However, if Buck remained at liberty, Rodney would be blackmailed by him for the rest of his life, and he knew it.
I see. Now tell me this. Jim Jarnes was in South City, 1,000 miles from here, on the afternoon of Simmons' death. He was afraid to fly, yet you claim he was in this house at midnight in time to kill Simmons.
That's right. He was afraid to fly, Markham, but he flew just the same.
But he couldn't have flown a plane over the wall and landed on those rocks outside. Nothing could land on them safely.
Yes, I know, Markham. But Jim flew in from South City in about 4 or 5 hours. Then he rented a helicopter from a flying field about 10 miles down the road.
How do you know that?
I rented one there myself a little while ago. Those helicopters are wonderful. They can land on anything, including the roof of the Simmons house, which is where I landed. You know how flat the roof is.
Yes. So that's how you got into the house without the alarms going off.
That's right. I landed on the roof, opened the skylight, and came down as nice as you please.
Oh, Vance.
The man at the flying field described the man who had rented a helicopter the night of the murder, and so I knew who our murderer was.
Well, I'll be darned. What about a motive, Vance?
Well, Markham, wouldn't you like to have a sister, your only living relative, who had $1 million?
Yes, I would. One more thing, Vance. Everything logical pointed to the fact that this was an inside job, that Simmons was killed by either Miss Jarnes or the caretaker. Why were you so sure it wasn't?
Because, Markham, we know Miss Jarnes wasn't at the mansion the night of the murder. But the caretaker didn't know that. She probably called up to him that she was leaving, but don't forget, he couldn't hear.
Oh, I understand now. He'd never have tried to murder Simmons thinking Miss Jarnes was in the house, and he never knew she'd left.
Right. That the end of your questions, my friend?
The end of my questions, Vance, and the end of the $1 million murder case.
Calling all detectives. A bandit, whose life I helped save, showed his gratitude by giving me a message in double talk. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. I, Jerry Browning, private detective, have the reputation of being a very tough guy. The reputation doesn't hurt, but the fact that it isn't true sometimes helps. Vic Porter was cornered in a warehouse building on Commerce Street. He couldn't get out, and the police weren't anxious to go in after him.
Come on out, Potter, or we'll blow the place apart.
I knew Vic Porter. He had the kind of brain that would have made him a rich man, if it could also have kept him honest. As it was, this looked like the end of his road, unless... I turned to the FBI man. Vic Porter's no killer. Give him a chance to surrender without being blown apart, and he'll take it. The FBI man smiled thinly. You think so, Browning? Then why don't you go in there and get him? Okay, I will. I darted across the street, shouted, Vic, it's me, Jerry Browning. I'm coming in. The figure that rose from the floor was the once dapper Vic Porter.
Browning, I never thought I'd be glad to see you. Where do those feds get all their ammunition?
They don't buy it. Come on, Vic, you're my prisoner, and I'll guarantee that you'll live. Huh? That's how Vic Porter was captured. Nothing to it if you know your man. He was convicted of the Union Chemical payroll holdup. Well, that was only the last of a whole series of such robberies. None of the loot was recovered. And the last time I saw Vic...
Browning, when it comes to nerve and a square shake, you've got both. But have you got brains? I mean really top-class brains. Listen, M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. Can you remember that?
Sure, M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. What's it mean?
That you figure out.
When Vic Porter was taken by the FBI, alive, he showed his gratitude to me in a peculiar way.
M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. You figure out what that means, Browning, and you've not only got brains, but you'll be in good shape.
Okay, Porter, let's get going. I went on back to my office, reported to Union Chemical that Vic Porter was on his way to jail and had refused up to the last moment to reveal the hiding place of all his loot. That concluded my official connection with the case, all except Vic's cryptic last words to me. That could mean a lot, or nothing. I wrote the letters and words out on a piece of paper just as I'd heard them. M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. M.C. Master of Ceremonies. Johnny Gibbon was a master of ceremonies at Club Rendezvous. Well, in that case, M.D. was probably the abbreviation for Doctor. M.D. Green, Dr. Green. My telephone directory told me there was a Dr. Lucius Green in the Tower Building down the street.
Of what do you complain, sir?
I don't complain of anything, Doctor. But the FBI, Dr. Green's color matched his name. He opened his desk drawer and brought out a thick packet of money.
I have been meaning to declare this for some time. A physician gets paid in cash so much. So easy to lose track of receipts. I assure you I did not mean to defraud the government of income tax. Please take this money.
I turned the money over to the Internal Revenue Department, and they took over the good doctor from that point. It was fine for Uncle Sam. But just exactly what it had to do with Vic Porter, I had no idea whatever.
Sure, my name is Case. Wilfred Case. Sure, DX is my hobby. I got an amateur radio license, so what's it to you?
Mr. Case, I have reason to believe there are some peculiar activities connected with your DX work as an amateur radio broadcaster. Now, the FBI... Wilfred Case looked as though we were about to jump out of the window and only reluctantly thought better of it.
You got me. I confess. I've been sending shortwave during restricted hours and on wavelengths I'm not supposed to use. I'll take my medicine like a man.
Huh? The Federal Communications Commission handled that one. But I had the feeling I was getting further from rather than nearer to Vic Porter and his secret. And that night, when I went up against Johnny Gibbon, the MC at the Club Rendezvous, who am I to fight the FBI? Okay, so we ain't been given the patrons top-grade scotch. And I tell the boys whose check they can pad. But since when has the FBI been sitting in on penny-ante stuff like that? You can strictly search me. But you'll have to take it up with the Alcohol Commission. 3 visits, 3 cases cracked. What of it? I thought, there sure is magic in those 3 letters FBI. They make anybody with a guilty conscience think that instead of a name, he'll soon be wearing a number. A number? M-D-D-X-M-C. Maybe these were letters that stood for Roman numerals. M for 1,000, D for 500, M-D 1,500. And Green, instead of a person's name, why not a place name? 1500 Green Street was an impressive-looking apartment building. There were dozens of letterboxes, but I didn't look for anybody's name. Instead, I did a little more Latin addition. DX 510. Apartment 510 was locked, but the nameplate under the knocker told me I was at the right place. The name was Virgil Carrier. V for Victor, and Carrier, just another way of saying Porter. My badge persuaded the building superintendent to open the door for me. The living room was a book lover's paradise. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and glass cases filled with rare editions and sets. I ignored the bookshelves because I remembered case. A case for books. I knew exactly what I was looking for. Gibbon. And there it was, a handsome set of volumes, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. The rest was almost too easy, because in chapter 62, page 1100, MC for 1100, there was a small key. It was the key to a safety deposit box. Boy, have I got brains, if you give me enough time. At the bank, we opened the box, and inside it was more money than I've ever seen before in my life. It was the loot from all of Vic's holdups, and it was over $400,000. The place was swarming with cops and FBI men and reporters and photographers.
One more picture. Just one more picture, please. Hold the stuff up again for another picture.
Yeah. All they wanted to photograph was the money and the district attorney holding it. $400,000 all in one great big beautiful lump. And who wants to hear about a private detective's brains when he can look at that much money? Just the same, I collected over $3,000 in reward money. Like I said, tough guys get all the headlines. But what you cash in at the corner grocery is generally what you've earned with your brains.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or an early grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Fox's Tale.
There are some times when the phone just never should have been invented. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
This is Orrin Metcalf. You remember me, don't you, Marlowe?
Oh, sure, Barrister. What can I do for you?
Meet me here at the Blue Chip Bar at once, Marlowe.
Look, I can hardly hear you. Speak up, will you, Orrin?
The Blue Chip Bar.
Yeah?
It's a miserable cafe on Melrose near La Brea.
Melrose near La Brea?
Yes. I'm in a booth, the last one on your right as you enter. But be careful, Phil. We can't afford to be seen. And please hurry. I'll pay you handsomely.
To do what, Orrin?
To impersonate a dead man.
The Blue Chip was an indelicate assortment of stale smells, surrounding pictures of lady Godiva, some without horses, and featuring low lights, lower clientele, and the lowest grade of bar whiskey. Against that backdrop, my new client stood out like a Dresden doll in a police lineup. Orrin Metcalf, in spite of the electricity in his voice, is only 5.5 feet tall, couldn't have weighed more than 130 pounds, including the glitter of honorary fraternity pins that dangled from his watch chain. He was maybe 50, bald, wore glasses halfway down a long nose, and at the moment was as nonchalant as a 5-inch firecracker with a sputtering fuse.
Quickly, Bill. Quickly, sit down, listen carefully.
It's going to be hot in here, but go ahead.
I am representing a man named Couvion in a lawsuit. Rudolph Couvion.
Yeah?
He's a manufacturing chemist. Hungarian-born. At present, Phil, in a sanitarium. The nervous system will take just so much, you know.
Yeah, I know. And look, this Rudolph Couvion is suing or being sued? Which?
He's suing. And nobody less than his former employer, the eminent Justin Shepard.
Justin Shepard. Well, he turns out cosmetics, doesn't he? Makeup, lipstick, that kind of stuff?
Yes, stuff, Marlowe, which includes a new and revolutionary nail polish that's worth a fortune.
Which was invented by your client and stolen from him by Justin Shepard, huh?
Exactly. We're suing for $250,000 in damages, Marlowe. But we'll settle out of court for $150,000 in cash.
Hello.
Not a cent less. Now, the trial, Phil, has, Oh, wait.
What? What's the matter?
Pay, John.
Oh.
Some brandy, please. Cognac.
Cognac? You're kidding, Pop. Like I said, what'll it be?
All right, Junior. 2 beers. Skip the chatter. We got to catch a train.
Okay. Be antisocial.
Yeah.
Right, Papa.
Isn't that awful? You were talking about the trial, Oren?
Oh, yes. Now, the whole point, Phil, is that every witness we had at the outset has so far either been bought off or frightened away by Shepard and his crew. With one exception.
You're racing the hole, huh?
Yes, a man named Max Redmond. He worked with Rudolph Couvillon years ago in Chicago, when Couvillon first perfected the lacquer base, which makes the nail polish formula so valuable. Redmond's testimony could have swung everything our way. And Justin Shepard found this out.
Wait a minute. What do you mean could have, Oren? Huh?
2 beers is ordered. 30 cents, Judge.
Hey, we're even.
Thanks.
Now, Marlowe, the dead man I spoke of, and Max Redmond are one and the same.
Shepard murderer?
They're worse. He drove Max Redmond to suicide, Marlowe. The man shot himself an hour ago.
I don't follow that.
Well, Redmond was staying here in L.A. with his wife. Now, I'll tell you the address in a moment. It's nearby. And although neither Shepard nor his cronies ever got to see Redmond, they knew where he was and where he came from. With that, they went to work.
Blackmail?
Oh, yes. Years ago, Redmond got in a jam. I had no idea what it was, something that he was conscience-stricken about, and Shepard uncovered it, then got through to Redmond on the phone. He struck home.
His blackmail price was Redmond's silence, huh?
Right you are. Shepard told him to get out of town, but when I talked to Redmond an hour ago, he was positive that Shepard would demand more in the future. Redmond was nearly hysterical, said he wished he'd never heard of me or Rudolph Couvillon. And then he hung up. Well, when I got to his apartment, I found him dead, shot by his own hand. His pistol at his side. Oh, it was awful.
Yeah. Tell me, Oren, what about Redmond's wife?
Well, her name is Louise. She's out of town right now. He was afraid for her and made her go away. At any rate, Phil, you see what I'm getting at, don't you? The reason I want you to work for me?
Yeah, I think so. Shepard and his buddies don't know Redmond's killed himself, and if I give the impression by posing as Redmond that he's still alive and not leaving town, Shepard will figure that his blackmail angle didn't work, huh? He'll get together with you and settle before tomorrow morning when Redmond would have taken the witness stand.
Precisely, Phil. $150,000 settlement as against the court award of $250,000 means a saving of $100,000 to Shepard. He'll pay it, as long as he thinks Redmond's still alive and willing to testify. Well, now, will you do it, Marlowe?
Poses Redmond, huh?
There's $1,000 in it for him.
I don't know.
$1,000, Phil. And Rudolph Couvillon, helpless in the sanitarium, and Max Redmond.
It's an awful lot to turn down, isn't it, Oren? Huh?
Thank you. Thank you. Now then, here's the deal.
Oh, wait a minute. How about...
No questions. Every minute counts. Now, I've got Redmond's top coat right here. Now, you put it on when you leave. And here are the keys to his apartment. It's the Garden Court Apartments on South Ogden.
South Ogden?
Yes, right. Now, you sneak inside. Then a minute later, very obviously, go out again. Get into his car. It's a new green Nash. Drive up into the Hollywood Hills along Lookout Road.
Why there?
Well, Redmond drove up there a lot. Now, later, return to the apartment. You'll probably be followed as Redmond always was. And the man will be big and muscular. And in a black coupe. Now, once they know that Redmond... Well, that's you, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't intend to leave town. There may be an attempt in your life. So watch your step. Getting killed as Redmond destroys the illusion we're out to create.
That's not all it destroys.
Eh?
They destroy me. It played as outlined. A minute after I drove Redmond's car out of his garage and conspicuously signaled a left turn with a plaid sleeve, I picked up my escort. His headlights stayed in my rearview mirror all the way along Sunset Boulevard and then up into the hills along Lookout Road. I drove slowly until I cleared a hairpin turn and spotted a flat open lot about 100 yards ahead and to my right. It overlooked the city below and was dotted with cement bags, piles of lumber, and bulldozers that had gone to bed hours ago. I swerved off the road sharply, cut my lights, and parked close to the edge of the cliff. Then I piled out of the car and quickly set up the oldest trick in the book. I took off the plaid coat, tossed it over a shoulder-high board jutting out of a lumber pile, topped it with my hat, and ran for cover behind the bulldozer. I got there just as the black coupe pulled in, cut its lights, and ground to a stop. Then I saw something big and beefy get out and start toward the coat, an ugly, snub-nosed gun in hand. I reached for my .38 and slowly moved through the ankle-deep weeds. until I was only a few feet behind him. When he fired at the coat, I was only inches away.
What the...
Does that make it my turn?
Don't try it. You're not Redmond.
And not a lot of people. Drop your gun. Go on.
What are you going to do?
I'll ask the questions. What's your name?
Gaffney. Earl Gaffney.
Working for Justin Shepard?
No. I was just...
You're just a liar! That's nothing compared to what's in store for you.
No, quit. I work for Shepard, all right.
And you were tagging me, thinking I was Redmond, to see if I was going out of town.
Yeah. I had orders to knock you... knock Redmond off if he didn't go straight for the airport. That's all, honest. I don't know anymore.
Get up. Now walk over to that tool bin there. Open it and get in. Go on. Keep moving and keep your hands open. All right. Now I want to have a little chat with Justin Shepard. His home address. What is it?
He ain't got one. He stays at hotels. Right now it's the Beekman Plaza in Beverly Hills. Now quit, will you? That's all I know.
Sure. You see, Earl, I believe you. You've got such an honest face. For a killer. Sweet dreams, Buster.
Dozen gladiolas and 1 dozen golden iris. Yes. And deliver them here to the desk of the Beekman Plaza Hotel. No, it's not in Santa Monica. It's in Beverly Hills. It has been for years. Goodbye. Stupid people.
Yeah, they're just everywhere, aren't they?
Indeed. Oh, may I help you, sir?
Yes, I was looking for Mr. Justin Shepard. Is he in?
Oh, yes, sir. You could almost reach out and touch him.
No, really?
Yes, that's he over there, reading the paper in the Louis XIV chair.
The Louis XIV?
Mm-hmm. You see him? The short, round man. To one side of that woman wearing that stunning taffeta.
That what?
Stunning taffeta. You see, it's applicated with those bright red roses.
Oh, yeah, couldn't miss him. Turn right at the stunning taffeta. Goodbye.
You're quite welcome, sir. Welcome indeed. Goodbye.
Mr. Shepard?
That's right.
My name is Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
I know. I've heard of you.
Oh?
What's on your mind, Mr. Marlowe?
A chemist.
What about him? What does he have to do with me?
Earl Gaffney.
Who is Earl Gaffney?
A louse who missed. Like the rest of them will. Max Redmond is still alive, and I intend to keep him that way. Good night, Mr. Shepard. See you in court. The effect was great. The fat man's mouth fell open and his chin jellied all over his chest. I let it go at that. The illusion was established. As far as Justin Shepard and company were concerned, Max Redmond was very much alive and kicking up the kind of trouble that they didn't want. But 20 minutes later, when I let myself into the dead man's apartment and walked into his bedroom, I knew the illusion was only an illusion. Max Redmond's body was sprawled at a crazy angle across the bed. I wondered what he could have possibly done to take this easy way out. I stopped wondering when the front door closed. It was a woman with the deepest brown eyes I'd ever seen.
What are you doing here? Who are you?
My name is Max Redmond.
You're lying. Where is Max? Tell me, where is he?
He's in the bedroom. You a friend of his?
I'm his wife, and I'm going to speak to him. Don't try to stop me.
I won't, Mrs. Redmond. Go ahead.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Bing Crosby climaxes his season on CBS this Wednesday night with a terrific lineup of top talent. Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Perry Como, and the 4 Crosby sons, who've attracted nationwide attention as his guests earlier this year. Bing, Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Perry Como, and the youngsters will be heard in a great musical roundup of the season's top tunes. So be listening this Wednesday when on most of these same CBS stations, the Bing Crosby Show comes along with these top guests. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Fox's Tale.
Louise Redmond's dark, troubled eyes stared at the bedroom door for an instant. And she darted past me and inside. When she saw him, she froze, her eyes on the gun at the dead man's side. One hand trembled toward her mouth. Hang out of yourself, baby.
Oh, Max. Max, why did you do it? Why?
Your husband had proof that a fat buzzard named Justin Shepard swindled a fortune from Rudolph Kuvian, an old friend of his. Max was going to offer that proof tomorrow morning in court.
He wouldn't kill himself because of that.
Well, there must have been something in his past that he couldn't live with any longer.
What?
You know what it was, Louise?
I don't believe any of this. You were in here posing as Max. You're responsible for his death, but you won't get away with it.
Give me that gun. You little fool, let go. I said let go. That's better. You're smart enough to give in fast anyway. Now sit down over there and listen.
Why are you here?
I'm Philip Marlowe, hired by Orrin Metcalf. You know him?
Yes.
He found Max like that. They couldn't let Shepard know that the case against him was dead, so he hired me to keep up the illusion that Max was still alive and wrong. Metcalf is sure that Shepard will crack before morning. But we'll need your cooperation, Louise. How about it, huh?
When you took that gun away from me, you smashed my only picture of Max. You couldn't even leave me that intact.
I'm sorry. I know it's going to be tough on you, baby, but... Here, wait a minute. Louise, did Max write that on the picture there?
Yes. To my Louise. With love.
Louise, listen to me now. This backhand script. Was Max left-handed?
Yes, but what is that?
He was shot in the right temple.
You mean that someone killed him?
That's the general idea, yeah.
Justin Shepard. The man Max intended to testify against.
No, not unless he's a lot slicker than I think. But he has an assistant, a tough one named Gaffney, who was watching this place when I took over. If he did it, then followed me, he wouldn't have had a chance to report to his boss.
I don't understand. Followed you where?
Oh, to that lot on Lookout Road where Max liked to go. I caught Gaffney there and filed him away in a tool bin. I better go and have another chat with that boy right now. You wait here.
Here.
Now, look, baby, we can't quit. You've got to finish the job Max started for his old friend Kuvian, and better than that. Maybe we can get Max's killer, too. Are you game?
I'll do as you say.
As I went out to Redmond's car, several things bothered me. And not the least of them were Louise Redmond's dark, deep eyes. When I got in the car, I felt the pistol that had killed Max. It was in my pocket where I dropped it after I'd taken it away from the girl. I pulled it out and looked at it. It was a Belgian Browning 765 automatic. I broke it apart and then, on a hunch, I slipped it back together, got out of the car again, and took the gun up to Louise.
I don't know much about guns, Marlowe.
All you may have to do is point it, Louise. The threat will probably be enough. In case it isn't, that's the safety catch there on the side. I'll be back as soon as I can. When I pulled out onto the vacant hilltop lot, I centered the tool bin in the headlights. I was out of the car and wading through the foot-high foxtail grass before I noticed that the stick I'd shoved through the hasp was now on the ground. I ran the rest of the way and jerked the lid open. Gaffney was gone. I started to close the lid, but stopped at something in the bottom of the bin. I'd have liked a coiled rattlesnake better. It was a glistening, sticky puddle, and it was blood. The scream had come from a hollow beside the lot. I ran toward it. Saw two kids in a parked car, scared stiff and staring into a tangle of brush in front of them.
Mister, there's a man down there. He's hurt. Bad.
Where? Show me.
In that brush. We both saw him. He stood up just a second ago and he started toward us. There was blood all over him. And then he fell down again.
Okay, get your girl out of here. Get back to your car.
Okay, mister. Oh, hey, holy cats. You're Philip Marlowe, the detective.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen your picture lots of times.
All right, be a good fan and stay out of the way. The guy's dangerous. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Come on, buddy.
Gaffney. Who did it, Gaffney?
It's afraid.
Yeah?
I knew I'd spill them.
Who, Gaffney? Who knew? Who? Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe. Hey, Mr. Marlowe. Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, I found him, son. He's dead.
Holy cat.
Now, look, do me a favor, will you? Get to a phone, report this to the police.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell them I'll get in touch with them as soon as I can.
Okay. Sure, Mr. Marlowe. Yeah, right away.
My next stop had to be Justin Shepard's hotel. And now I had more to go on and a couple of hints from left field. Just as I pulled up in front, I saw Shepard behind 16 cylinders of imported limousine, swinging away from the curb. He seemed in no particular hurry, so I tailed him far enough to realize that he could be heading for Max Redmond's apartment. Then I took off through the side streets, wide open. I got back to the apartment in time to brace Louise for Shepard's visit.
But, Marlowe, what can I do? Maybe I'd better...
Maybe you better let him in. Go ahead.
Yes?
Stand aside, young woman. I'm coming in.
Please do, Shepard.
What? You again.
Nice of you to drop in. What have you got in the bag, lunch?
Don't be facetious. And don't worry, it's all here. I know when I'm beaten. I suppose it would be quite pointless to ask where Redmond himself is.
Completely pointless at this late date.
Very well. And I assume I'm to leave this with you.
That's right.
It had better be right, my boy. Believe me. Good night.
Just a minute. How come you're running your own errands?
You took care of that yourself earlier tonight. You're a competent man. You should be working for me.
Working for you has its drawbacks, Shepard. But you muffed it. Gaffney didn't die right away.
Gaffney's dead?
Marlowe, be careful.
Yeah, he lived long enough to tell me he was framed, Shepard. By you.
When you can prove that, I'll be at my hotel. But I advise you not to push your luck.
Marlowe, you let him walk out.
Yeah, the guy was right, baby. So far, we've got no proof of any of it. Except this bag. And whatever is...
Money. Why, it's filled with bundles of bills.
Big ones. At least $100 grand. Holy smoke. Excuse me, will you?
Who are you calling?
Somebody will be very interested in this. You just wait and see.
Metcalf speaking.
All right, this is Marlowe. I'm at the Redmond place, and get this. Justin Shepard walked in here, dumped $100,000 on the table, and left again. Not a half minute ago.
At Redmond?
Yeah.
Why, it's a bribe. We've got him, Phil. We've got him. Don't touch it. I'll be right there.
Now, wait a minute. There's more.
Go on.
Louise Redmond came back.
Louise? In the middle of this mess?
Yeah, she's here now.
Oh, must have been rough on her to find Max.
Worse than you think. Because that's still not all.
What do you mean?
That you can bet your briefcase on the fact that Max didn't kill himself in the first place. He was murdered.
Sit tight, Phil. I'll be right there.
Come on in, Aaron.
The money, Marlowe. Where is it?
In the bag there on the table.
Yes. Excellent. Iron-bound evidence. Best in the world. We'll have this impounded right away. And... Oh, Mrs. Redmond, I can't tell you how sorry I am, my dear.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalf. But I'm grateful to you and to Mr. Marlowe here that Max's death wasn't entirely without purpose, at least.
What about that, Phil? Can we prove he was murdered?
Well, the bullet entered his right temple, but he was left-handed. That's about all we got.
Simple as that. And yet it went by me completely.
I doubt we can stick anybody for it.
Why not?
Well, because his killer may be already...
Already what, Phil?
Oh, already dead.
Another killing? Well, what are you talking about, man?
One Earl Gaffney, Shepard's gentle assistant.
What?
I locked him in a tool bin, but somebody found him there and shot him. To keep him quiet.
Justin Shepard himself. Surely. Now, look. If we can't get him for Max, we'll nail him for Gaffney.
Don't count on it.
Listen, we've got that fat lizard right where we want him. Now, first
of all, it won't fit, Orrin.
Why not?
If Shepard sent Gaffney to get Max, then killed Gaffney, why did he bring all this dough here, to bribe a dead man?
Well, yes, you're making sense, Phil.
I knew you'd say it.
Go on.
Okay, try this for size. Max Redmond never intended to testify in court. He wasn't after a legal settlement, because then the money would go past him to Rudolph Kuvian. This bribe here is all Max was after. But somebody was in it with him.
You're crazy. How dare you say that?
She's right, Marlowe. Now you're talking like a fool.
Am I? Max, no doubt, got into a beef with his partner over the split of the bribe and was shot. That's a guess, Orrin, but this isn't. Gaffney got it because Max's killer couldn't figure how much Gaffney had heard and seen in here. He couldn't take a chance, you see. But whoever killed Gaffney had to wade through the same weeds I did in that vacant lot to get to him. And most of the weeds up there are foxtail grass. You know the kind that comes off on your clothes that sticks in your socks like little darts. That's right, Orrin. Take a look. Your argyles are loaded with the stuff.
I don't have to look. You're a bright boy, Phil.
Thanks.
It went just as you outlined it. Up to this point. I'm sorry you got so much of it right because you can't think of everything.
You might be surprised. Don't reach for your gun, Orrin. I'll drop you. It was a filthy scheme. Come on, hand it over. Your gun.
Why, sure. Here you are.
Now you drop it, Marlowe. Go on.
Well, the heartbroken little wife.
With the very same gun you so generously gave me.
That's what I meant, Marlowe. You can't think of everything. Louise and I are going away tonight together. And we're taking that money with us.
Stand still, Marlowe. I know more about guns than I pretended.
Sure you do, sure. I had a hunch about you early tonight, baby. Your homecoming was too pat. And you know what? You didn't bring back so much as an overnight bag. And what's more, when I took that gun away from you, you practically handed it to me. You were acting all the way.
I'm not now. I'll kill you, Marlowe.
Louise, shoot him! Shoot! Shoot! Shoot!
I can't! Shoot! The gun, Orrin! It won't fire!
Oh, fooling. I took one of the parts out before I gave it back to you, sweetheart. You couldn't make that go off with a blow.
Orrin, help me!
That's right, Orrin. Help the lady.
Orrin.
Believe me, sister, you'd get the same thing right now, but for one good reason. I'm going to need you intact in that court tomorrow morning. By the time the police showed up, Orrin Metcalf, dynamic barrister, and Louise Redmond, beautiful dreamer, were already coming apart at the seams. 2 hours later, when I finally got away from it, they were still screaming hysterical insults at each other. Now, before I went home, I stopped by the sanitarium just long enough to shake hands with Rudolph Kuvian, who turned out to be a nice, quiet, thoughtful old guy. And I assured him of a fair shake that was long overdue. I guess it made him happy. It was hard to tell, because the look on his face said that maybe the real price in things other than money had been much too high. Well, that's the way it is with some characters. They're human.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in tonight's transcribed cast were Howard McNear, Lou Krugman, Rick Vallon, Parley Bear, Georgia Ellis, and Hugh Thomas. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time there was a fish that talked with a lisp, a hot blonde with cold cash on her mind, and a corpse with dirty French cuffs. And I mixed with them all without ever getting out of my own bed.
This Wednesday night on CBS, Dr. Christian will bring you the prize-winning script in this year's nationwide contest. CBS cordially invites you to hear Dr. Christian starring Gene Herschelt every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. You can save for your future today the United States Savings Bond way. Savings bonds are one of the surest, safest investments you can make because they're backed by Uncle Sam himself. You are sure of getting back $4 for every $3 you invest when the bonds mature in just 10 years. Safe because even if the bonds are lost, destroyed, or stolen, your government will replace them at no charge. And bonds are simple and convenient to buy. Ask your employer to set aside an amount of money from your pay, the amount you decide on. Automatically, systematically, you'll purchase savings bonds. If you're self-employed, have your bank purchase a bond a month for you regularly. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. At the end of today's broadcast, you will hear an in-person report from an outstanding undercover counter-espionage agent for the U.S. government, Angela Calamiras. Now, the case of the Pretty Plant.
Made nice time through this New York traffic, Sam. Now wait here, please.
Oh, my.
Good evening, madam. Are you the landlady?
I own the house, but I guess you'd say I'm the landlady.
Well, my name is Peters. My credentials?
Can't see without my glasses. If you'll wait just a minute.
Well, never mind. I'm a United States counter-spy.
Mister, you could be the president. I still haven't got a vacancy. Not even the top floor rear, $6 a week bath on the fifth floor sheets changed every week.
I don't want a room, madam. You have a boarder named Scuba. Can you tell me what room he's in?
Oh, Mr. Scuba. Never had a better paying tenant in 22 years. No, 23. Come in.
Thank you.
He's got the second floor parlor front, $12 a week, bath with towels twice a week.
Well, you don't have to go up, madam. If you'll just tell me
Got to go up to the third floor anyway. Miss Tillinghaft's got a leak again. Watch the bottom step. Prophet's tour.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, I've got to go so slow. But my heart's not what it used to be.
No. Yes.
Whew. Landing. Good rule always to take a rest on each landing. Adds years to your life.
Mr. Scuba's room?
This one right here.
Oh.
I'm sure he's in. Tommy?
Excuse me. Just a second. Is this John Scuba?
Sure, that's him, only I never would have dreamed he'd go to sleep all dressed. And he's not asleep.
He's dead.
Counterspy, New York field office.
Hello, Miss Morgan. This is Peters. Mr. Harding get in from Washington yet?
About 5 minutes ago, Mr. Peters. Just a second.
Hello, Peters. Bad news, Mr. Harding. John Scuba's been strangled, and the document's not in his room.
What do you make of it?
Chief, I was in Oklahoma City this afternoon and got your wire to come here, grab this fellow, and meet you. I don't know the case at all.
Remain where you are, Peters. I'll hop right over.
And I've questioned the landlady, Chief. She was in her own apartment downstairs all evening.
What about the other boarders?
7 were home. None saw or heard anything. Strangling can be quiet.
Oh. Well, I left word for an examination crew to follow me here. They'll give the whole place a going over. Anything in these drawers here?
Shirts, underwear, and so on. Chief, who is, or rather was, Scuba? What's the missing document?
Well, the tip came through our regular domestic counterespionage division. Scuba, a courier for a certain communist spy ring, was ready to change sides. Hey, how about this closet here?
Ordinary clothes. He an American?
In the process of becoming a citizen. Obviously, his bosses learned he was going to change sides. Now, the document is supposed to be a list of about 5,000 prominent citizens around the country who might be blackmailed with facts about them.
Blackmail? By spies?
That's an old Nazi stunt. Their agents used to compile blackmail material, real or forged, against prominent people in countries surrounding Germany. They'd use it to prevent these people from resisting Nazi activities. Same idea here, only used by communists, and much more efficiently.
If that list gets out of this country, Chief.
We mustn't let it because... What's this?
Little package? I don't know. I haven't touched it.
From Weiner's Drugstore, 1217 Harper Avenue.
Scuba bought some toothpaste, I suppose.
Maybe, but on the other hand, this package may tell us exactly who killed Scuba. You wait here for the crew, Peters. I'm taking this right back to the field office for examination.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, darling.
Oh, I was 15 minutes late myself, Don.
Say, this isn't the table I told Jocko to reserve.
Don't bother. Cozy enough.
You're looking lovely as always, Irene. Cocktail?
I've already had it, Gibson.
I'll join you at another. Then canapes?
Pate.
We'll make that 2. Then what?
Capon?
Filet of sole for me.
What's the matter?
I have a surprise for you. Shall I tell you now?
No, of course.
It's not only a surprise. It's a gift from me to you. How would you like to take a trip to the Azores? By plane, leaving Tuesday, day after tomorrow. Stay there a week and fly back.
Don! Oh, it's wonderful. Traveling's my favorite thing.
I was sure you'd like it. I've already booked a flight for you. My Aunt Stella will put you up. You met her in New York last winter, you remember?
Oh, perfectly. Well, she has a large villa in the Azores, hasn't she?
On a hilltop overlooking the water. And I'll give you something to take to her. Gift for her, too.
Good. She's going to have a virtual stranger for a guest. A guest can at least bring a gift.
I have it in my pocket. I'll give it to you later.
Jewelry? Now, don't get me in trouble with the customs anywhere, Don.
No, it's a list.
A list? How dumb.
Well, Aunt Stella's active in various international relief organizations. There's a list of people all over the states who might contribute. I got it up for her.
Oh, Doug, did you pick up my perfume at Weiner's Drugstore? What, Doug? What's the...
Yes, I did, Irene, but I'm afraid I forgot it somewhere.
Oh, Doug, what a stupid thing to do.
Yes, I know.
Well, we can go by later and pick it up. You remember where...
No. Well, I imagine the place will be closed. I'll get some really good perfume somewhere else tomorrow.
But, Doug, I can't use a regular commercial brand. Weiner's been making this hyacinth blend for me for a long time.
Irene, this is very important. I want you never to go to Weiner's again. If you're ever asked, you must deny that I picked up that package for you today.
I better know why, Don.
Because I've made a serious mistake. If it's ever found out, I won't be able...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
This is Miss Irene Storm?
Yes.
You are Mr. Irving Duncan?
Who are you?
I'm a United States counterspy. You're both under arrest. Several of my men are scattered among the other patrons. Will you come with me, please? We have arrived. Will you both get out?
Dunk, what is it?
Better go.
Straight ahead to the house.
House way off by itself.
Funny place for counterspies to operate.
We pick our basis of operation to suit the case, Miss Storm. Just a moment. Come in. This way, Miss Storm, please. Wait in there, please. Don't try to leave. The house is thoroughly guarded. Thank you. Now, if you'll step into the living room with me, Mr. Duncan. Now, first, Mr. Duncan, the document you're carrying in your inside jacket pocket. Let me have it. Very well. Thank you. The murder of Scuba was well done, Mr. Duncan.
I never heard of anybody named Scuba.
You would never have been detected except that I was in the next room, the vacant one. I left a moment after you did.
I deny everything. I demand my constitutional rights. I insist upon being allowed to phone my attorney.
That's very good, Mr. Duncan.
What?
Look at this ring on my finger. Notice the pattern of tiny scratches? You understand.
Valviki. You. I didn't know you were even in this country.
This list is important. I had to be sure my orders to liquidate Scuba were carried out correctly. I am satisfied. As far as you are concerned, did everything go well?
Yes, perfectly. As to the list, Irene Storm is ready to leave the day after tomorrow.
I wonder if you confused beauty with reliability.
Beauty was...
I didn't pose as a counterspy this evening to amuse myself, Duncan. I'm afraid your Irene Storm is a real counter-spy agent.
Mr. Harding?
Come in, Peter.
I left the crew working at the boarding house, Chief. Looks like a dead end. How about that little package?
Take a whiff of this bottle.
Smells expensive.
Now, here's some litmus paper. Pour a little on.
Turns blue.
Because this perfume contains a special coloring agent.
Put in by Weiner? Why?
Weiner's is a famous old-style drugstore, Peters. He makes up special perfumes for a few favored customers. Of course, anybody might buy perfume there, so... at first, I wasn't sure what finding this package in Scuba's room meant. But this color test, which is prearranged between us and Weiner's, proves it was made for a certain person. It's a means of identification. And has several uses.
You mean a woman you know bought it and left it in Scuba's room?
That's what I'm not sure of. Now, flip that light switch, will you, Peter? I want to show you a sound film clip taken earlier today. That's Weiner's drugstore. Empty at the moment.
Strictly 1890.
Yes, no fountain, no chromium, just prescriptions. Now, these films were taken from a closet in the back room at Weiner's. The camera covers the prescription counter, and as you see, the two chairs for customers while orders are made up in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Now.
Good afternoon, sir.
That's old man Weiner.
Good afternoon. Help you, sir?
You have a package from Miss Irene Storm. She asked me to pick it up for her.
Oh, yes, sir. The hyacinth perfume. It's right here.
How much is it?
I send Miss Storm a monthly bill, sir.
Oh, will you wrap the bottle, please?
Just take a seat for a moment, sir. I'll be right back.
Yes.
That's the man who liquidated Scuba, Peters. Irving Duncan poses as a travel agent. Unfortunately, according to the report I just received, he eluded surveillance tonight.
He's the one who left the package in that room by mistake.
I'm sure it was a mistake because he must realize by now it can be traced to Weiner's, from Weiner's to Irene Storm, and Irene Storm might give him away.
Unless she's in the ring, too.
She is.
Here you are, sir, the package for Miss Storm.
Thank you.
Good day.
Good day.
Now, that's all.
Chief, the coloring agent is put only into perfume made for this Irene Storm as identification, you said.
And as an excuse to go to Weiner's, or to expose certain individuals to our observation post.
And Irene Storm is...
Of course. She's a counterspy.
You are listening to the case of the Pretty Plant on Counterspy. And later you will meet in person one of our government's most daring counter-espionage agents, Angela Calamiris. For your Christmas Eve listening pleasure, there's another hour and a half broadcast of NBC's Sunday extravaganza, The Big Show. Later today over most of these NBC stations. The glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead will preside as usual, and her stars include Jimmy Durante, Ed Wynn, Charles Boyer, Margaret O'Brien, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. There's another outstanding production by Theater Guild on the air today also. It's Charles Dickens' classic David Copperfield, and Boris Karloff stars as the grasping Uriah Heep. The immortal pages of Dickens come to life later on Theater Guild on the air. Now, back to Counterspy.
Now, Miss Storm, I hope you weren't bored waiting.
Bored? Hardly. Angry? Quite. I demand to know why I'm being held.
Duncan can't hear us, Miss Storm. Have you seen Mr. Harding lately? Or Peters?
Who?
Our chiefs in the Counterspies.
I don't know them, and I don't know you. I'm a nightclub singer. Except I'm not working now. I'm a friend of Irving Duncan's. We see a lot of each other, but that's all.
Miss Storm, Mr. Harding told me to say that you can speak frankly about your observations of the Duncan group.
The what?
Irving Duncan heads a group of ruthless spies in this country. Enemies of this country. You know that, since it's your job as a counterspy to report on them. Mr. Harding's very pleased with your report.
You've got me mixed up with somebody else. I'm Irene Storm, nightclub singer, period.
Duncan has just admitted that he's sending you to the Azores by plane on Tuesday, carrying an important paper.
Oh. Well, that's true.
I see.
Making me a present of the trip. I have no objection to taking expensive presents from a good friend like Mr. Duncan. And the document? It's only a list of people who might give money to relief organizations or something.
You're stubborn, Miss Storm.
There is no door in the curtain of steel.
What? Excuse me a moment. Duncan, come in.
Yes.
I like your friend, Irene Storm, Duncan. I don't think she believed for a moment that I'm a counterspy.
I did it first, until I said...
Careful, Miss Storm.
Don't worry. You couldn't control your facial expression, Mr...
Valviki.
You recognized it as the code statement of Echelon 2. A higher echelon than you and Duncan. Are we through with all this now?
Of course. I'm anxious to see you take off on Tuesday with that list. Here it is.
Thanks. I have some shopping to do tomorrow, including perfume.
Irene, I promised to get some for you.
Leave that to me, Dunk. Unless Mr. Valviki would like to help me with my shopping.
Delighted, Miss Storm. Now, how about a drink or two to celebrate tomorrow?
Winer's Drugstore, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Warner. This is Irene Store. I find I need 2 more bottles of hyacinth perfume. Could you have them ready for me by 4 this afternoon?
Let's see.
I'm taking the morning plane to the Azores.
Well, in that case, Miss Storm, 4 o'clock this afternoon.
It's kind of a small space, Peters, but we can both squeeze in here. The camera works automatically. It's controlled from upstairs. Men are on duty during all hours. The drugstore's open. Now, take a look through the one-way viewer here.
It's the same view as the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Counter, customers' chairs. Chief, suppose Irene Storm brings Duncan with her. Do you want to grab him?
No. Grabbing him might alert other group members. We don't know. Wait, hold it.
And then I told Dunk when he took me home last night, not another drink. I've had enough.
She's right on time.
That's not Duncan with her.
A new man.
Is your perfume ready, Miss Storm?
Well, it ought to be.
Hello, Miss Storm.
Hello, Mr. Weiner. My hyacinth's ready?
Please sit down. I'll be right back.
Oh, sit down here, Mr. Valviki.
Valviki. You know him, Dad? Top man of their Western Hemisphere Bureau. How did he get into the country?
You know, women never cease to amaze me, Miss Storm. Going to all this trouble for a few drops of perfume.
There's a whiff on his handkerchief. Don't you like it?
Betcha I'd like it.
Mind on the case, Peters. You can see why she's an effective agent.
That's a lovely house you have, Mr. Valviki. I've never been on Random Road before.
In the future, I hope you will see it again.
House on Random Road, Peters.
Got it.
Miss Storm?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Weiner. On the bill?
Of course.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Weiner, has anyone unusual been asking here about me?
No, Miss Storm. Nobody at all.
Oh, thanks again. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bright girl getting Velviki in here. Apparently he doesn't know that Duncan left that bottle in Scuba's room or he wouldn't have come. Well, Irene must have some angle on that. She asked Weiner if anybody'd been looking for her, and Velviki gave her a look of sudden suspicion. She's got some plan on foot. Let's go.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, yes, Dunk.
I just had a call from our friend. He wants us both to come out to his house again this evening. He's very anxious.
Good. I'm very anxious to see him again, Dunk. Oh, pick me up here about 8 or so?
Your highball, Miss Storm?
Thanks.
Yours, Duncan?
Yes, thanks.
You are packed to leave, Miss Storm.
I finished up after you took me home this afternoon.
The list?
Quite safe.
Miss Storm, I've been puzzling over something you said in that drugstore.
What did I say?
You asked if anyone unusual had inquired after you. You're too clever to say things idly. Who specifically might be inquiring after you?
Vicky, I don't see any point in all
I thought
this.
the police might have come to Weiner's.
Why?
Irene.
Because yesterday afternoon, Dunk picked up a bottle of perfume for me there and forgot it somewhere else. And I'm afraid in Scuba's room.
Yeah. And, of course, it could be traced. Duncan, I asked you if you'd left any loose ends. Why did you conceal this?
I wasn't sure I left it there. Probably I didn't. Nothing's come of it. Irene, I asked you to protect me.
A loose end like that is dangerous and has to be tested, and I wanted Velviki to know.
You could have simply told me, Miss Storm. It was a risk to go back to Weiner's. For you and for me.
The list is the main thing. I didn't risk that.
Yes, quite right. Even so,
Oh. Velviki, you fired those shots.
From my pocket. Duncan was too careless. He had to be disposed of. Now we have no loose ends. I'll hide him in the cellar. You take off tomorrow. I go tonight.
Velviki?
I expect no one.
Neighbors? Police?
Maybe we were traced from Weiner's after all. You have the list at home. Go get it. Keep it safe, whatever you do. Leave by the back door. I'll cover you.
You'll be taken, Velviki. Maybe killed.
I'm always ready for that.
No. There's still one more thing for you to do. I order you to come with me.
Very well. Maybe we can both make it the back way.
Come on.
Here's Duncan. Yeah. Dead. The girl and Velviki are gone. Maybe the back way. Hold it, Peter. I don't want Velviki caught just yet. What? Not just yet. Get on our car radio. Warn Edwards and Samuels not to grab those two. Only tail them.
Don't take me right to my apartment, Velviki. Better let me out here.
But I'm sure we were traced through Weiner's drugstore. Counterspies may be at your apartment now.
Give me a little credit, Velviki. I've removed everything dangerous from there. I'll be able to take off safely tomorrow morning.
I hope you're right.
There's one thing you've got to do at once. Communicate with headquarters overseas that I'm on my way to the Azores. Confirm my arrival.
Yes, all right. I have a transmitter in a warehouse.
Goodbye, Velviki. I'll probably never see you again.
Goodbye. And good luck.
Dave. Yeah? There's a faint light in that far corner of the warehouse. Yeah, come on.
And this is R24 in New York. An urgent message, Mexico, for transmission at once to overseas about Agent T-171.
Velviki, Dave, at a short-wave sender. Reporting about Irene Storm. Let's grab him. No, wait. Let him report. Then Irene Storm can still work safely in that spy ring.
Listen, Mexico. Report to overseas. T-171 has the list. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., New York time, she will fly to the Azores. Tell Aunt Stella, T-171 is absolutely reliable. This is R24 cutting out.
All right, Peter, now.
All right, Velviki, United States Counterspy. You're under arrest.
Under arrest?
Peters, take a look at that transmitter.
Right.
Velviki, we're taking you in on suspicion of being a communist spy. What message did you send on this radio?
Message?
Where? To whom?
Val Vicky, your spying days are over. Peter's calling the Mobile Squad. Take this place over. And Val Vicky, too. This is David Harding. In the case we've just presented, your counterspies were, of course, trained, experienced agents. But sometimes your government, in its fight against those who want to destroy it, calls upon average citizens. One such citizen is here now, at your counterspy microphone. She is Angela Calomaris, who, after a long period of posing as a communist, recently revealed her experiences in her best-selling book published by the J.B. Lippincott Company, titled Red Masquerade. Now, here in person, is Angela Calomaris.
8 years ago, I was a photographer in New York with no idea except to get ahead in my profession. For the next 7 years, I posed as a communist. I pretended to believe fanatically in the brutal, dishonest, anti-democratic cause of communism. And all that time, I reported communist activities regularly to the FBI. Why was I chosen for this unpleasant work? I was single, I came from an average family, and believed absolutely in our American democratic way of life. But I seemed to be typical communist material. It was important to know how communists work, how they pipe their vicious ideas into the ordinary stream of American life. So, at the request of the FBI, I became a member of the Communist Party. Discipline is iron. There is a pretense of democratic procedure, but actually everything happens in slavish obedience to whatever the Soviet Union wants. Under orders as a communist, I helped prolong strikes. I participated in demonstrations in Washington. I helped defeat the first anti-subversive action by Congress, the Munt-Nixon Bill. In 1947, I participated in a national survey which resulted in a detailed blueprint for sabotage. In 1948, I helped reorganize the Communist Party in line with this blueprint. I helped promote communist and pro-communist candidates in elections. I raised funds, and with every other party member and fellow traveler, I gave at least 2 weeks' pay to 2 or 3 fund drives a year. And I personally met thousands of communists. I joined at least a dozen front organizations and 1 communist-dominated union. And all that time, I reported to the FBI. I reported in person, in meetings carefully arranged and camouflaged, by phone, always followed by written reports. The danger of exposure was always with me, but I was never exposed until I went into court last year to testify for the government as a surprise witness in the trial of the 11 Communist Party leaders. What did my work accomplish? On still one more front, I was able to show how communists, wrapping themselves in the American flag, work only for a system that wants to destroy everything our country stands for. The Communist Party is still a dangerous underground network. Communists are in every walk of life. Our country has never faced such a vicious threat. It is up to you, individual citizens, to combat communism wherever you find it. Communists mean business. I hope you do, too.
Thank you, Miss Calomaris. And good luck with your book, Red Masquerade. Through the efforts of patriotic citizens like yourself and trained government agents, the activities of subversive groups will be constantly under surveillance, so that free men will continue to remain free.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting case of the kleptomaniac Clues.
When certain papers invaluable to the nation's mobilization plans were reported missing, your counterspies subtracted a teakwood figure from a whatnot shop and found it added up to murder. To learn how this crime, multiplied by intrigue and divided by espionage, resulted in one of the strangest cases in counterspy history, listen next week to
Case of the Kleptomaniac Clues on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
This is the United States Army. 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 Alibi. Today's adventure starring Ron Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Granter. The streets of the big city are strangely silent as a sleek, black convertible purrs its way down Seaton Boulevard. Suddenly, what the deuce?
Oh, are we home already, Nick?
No, Patsy, we're not.
Then why is it stopped?
I'm curious to know why the art museum is all lighted up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Nick, don't tell me that you're going to stop and investigate just because there are a few lights on.
I certainly am.
Oh, okay, Nick, you go prowl around all by yourself then. I'm going to stay right here and finish my nap.
Come in. Yeah, that's right. I'll wait here till the squad arrives. Yeah, goodbye.
Something wrong, officer?
Hey, who are you?
I'm Nick Carter. I was just passing...
Nick Carter? Hey, I've heard of you.
Well, thanks, but what's wrong?
Plenty. Sam Hilder, the night watchman here in the museum, has been murdered.
Well, how'd you happen to find him? You on duty here?
No. I'm on the pod detail, so this was on my beat. You see, I go off duty at 2 o'clock, and I usually stop in and have a cup of tea with old Sam before going back to the station.
And that's what you did tonight?
Yeah. Well, Sam wasn't in the office, so I waited for him, thinking maybe he was making his rounds.
Did you hear anything while you were waiting?
Not a thing. But when he didn't show up after half an hour, I went to look for him.
And found him dead?
Yeah. Lying on the floor in the Egyptian section with 3 bullets in him.
And you didn't see anybody?
Not a soul. The place was deserted. So I called headquarters.
Uh-huh. Do you mind if I take a look at the body?
No, come on. I'll show you where it is. He ain't a pretty sight, is he?
Murder is never pretty, Bert. Say, this is rather odd.
What's that?
You notice how 2 of the bullets got him right near the heart? Both were apparently fired from a distance.
Yeah, neither one of them would have killed him, looks like.
Yeah, but this third shot, the one on the abdomen, that was fired from close up.
Say, you're right. You can see the powder burns on his vest pocket.
Well, look.
What?
This watch, or what's left of it, was in his vest pocket.
Yeah, and will you look at that? The bullet shot the stem clean off of it.
And stopped the watch at exactly 2:27.
Well, that's one clue we got, the time of the murder.
Apparently. Did you look to see whether anything's missing?
Oh, I didn't take time. But there's a display case right over here that's pretty badly smashed up.
Now, let's have a look.
I just happened to see it when I was...
It's smashed up, all right.
Hey, what's that card say, Mr. Carter?
This exhibit is from the collection of Tyler Van de Vries.
Hey, ain't he that rich guy you always hearing about?
He's not only rich, he's one of the most famous collectors of Egyptian relics in the world.
Gee, this stuff must be valuable, huh? Can you tell what's missing?
Well, there's a vacant space in the center of the case, but I wouldn't know it was there.
Well, we can find that out from the museum fellas. They'll know.
Well, first, let's see whether... Hey, wait. Oh, there's a gun on the floor.
Then that must be the murder weapon.
Shouldn't be surprised. And judging from the smell of it, I'd say it's been fired very recently.
Oh, watch out the fingerprints, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I'm watching. Well, I doubt that there are any identifying marks of any kind on this gun. If there were, it wouldn't have been left here on the floor. 3 empty shells. There's no doubt that...
Hey, somebody's coming, Mr. Carter.
So here.
Oh, dear. This is very bad for the museum's reputation.
That ain't all it's bad for, it.
Hey, is that you, Nick?
Nobody else, Matty.
Look, how come you always seem to beat me to the scene of any crime?
I don't. Not always. Too bad they had to drag you out of bed at this unearthly hour, Matty.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, Nick, this is Mr. Steiner, curator of the museum. Nick Carter, Professor.
How do you do?
I picked him up and brought him along to see if anything's been stolen. Mr. Carter, this is terrible. Such a thing hasn't happened here in 20 years. Is anything missing?
Well, suppose you tell us that.
Oh, dear me, I'll never hear the end of this.
Oh, by the way, your watchman is over here if you care to see it.
The Van de Vries case has been broken open. The most valuable collection in our whole... Sergeant, the Ankatar scarab is gone.
Yes.
Gone.
The what is gone?
The Ankatar scarab. One of Mr. Van de Vries' most priceless pieces. One of the few remaining jewels of the 5th dynasty of Egypt, worn by the Princess Amun-Ra herself.
Obviously a collector's item, then?
Oh, definitely. Only a collector would be interested. Oh, how can I ever explain this to Mr. Van de Vries?
Well,
Hey,
Sarge, what's all them things in the next room? That don't look like museum stuff to me.
It isn't.
The City College of Science is remodeling their engineering building, and there's some of their stuff here stored in the next room temporarily. Though I do hope nothing else is missing. I'll never be able to hold up my head again. Here's my whole life's work.
God, you want I should wait? No, Bert, you go ahead. My men will be here.
There you are, Sergeant. Now, what do you got here?
Oh, so you finally got here, did you, Williams?
What do you mean, finally?
You know what I mean. Now, look, you and McGlone get busy. Go over everything, get fingerprints, anything you can find. And have the boys
Sure. Have the boys get plenty of pictures. Huh?
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Doc Bradley come with you?
Yes, Sergeant, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. Show me the body and let me get back to bed.
Yes, right over there, Doc. See what you can make out of it.
Okay.
He was shot 3 times, Doc.
Yes, so I see.
What is it, Doc?
Any one of those bullets could have been fatal.
How long do you think he's been dead?
Oh, between 2 or 3 hours. Can't say for sure.
Well, what about those 3 wounds? Are they all alike?
No, Carter, they're not. I'll have to probe for the 2 bullets in his chest, but the third one's right near the surface. Funny. It was fired close to the body, but it didn't go very deep.
That's because his watch stopped it.
His watch? I don't see any watch.
I have it here. Took it out of his pocket to examine it.
Huh? Well, will you look at that? The stem was shot clean off.
And the watch was stopped at 2:27, which may indicate
What in the world are you...
Hi, Patsy.
Who's that on the floor?
the night watchman shot by a burglar.
You were right, Nick. There was trouble here.
Yes, Patsy, there was. Theft and murder. Well, I guess I've got all I can get here for now.
Well, if so, then it's not getting any earlier.
Very sage observation, my comely and efficient young secretary. I shall act on it at once. Good night, Matty. See you in the morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Why, good morning, Patsy. Didn't expect you for hours yet.
Well, I was going to sleep late, but I couldn't. I was much too curious to find out about the murder.
The true professional instinct, Patsy.
What are you doing now, Nick?
Oh, I've been going through our files, trying to pick out all the crooks who would be interested in stealing that precious scarab.
Would that be a special kind of a crook, Nick?
It would.
Why?
Because in spite of the scarab's value, there's a limited demand for such things. The thief would have to know where to sell it after he stole it.
Oh.
And there are very few crooks who would know that.
How many such crooks have you found?
Only 3.
Who are they?
Danny Mearson, Jim Peterson, and Jack Grogan.
I don't seem to recognize any of those names, Nick.
No, we've never had any active connection with any of them. Now, let's see. Danny Mearson stole a rare old vase from Senator Johnson's home 3 years ago and is now in state prison.
Looks like him now. Who's next?
Jim Peterson. Let's see, he's doing time in Nevada for forgery and counterfeiting. His sentence has several years to run yet.
And he couldn't have done it.
Which leaves Jack Grogan, wanted on a burglary charge by the Montana police. Disappeared 6 months ago, believed to be dead.
And none of them could have done it.
Suppose you call Matty. See whether he knows anything about any of these men.
Of course, Nick. But haven't you any other clues? This seems like guesswork.
Eliminating suspects is never guesswork, Patrick. Part of the routine work that solves many a case.
Homicide. Sergeant Matheson.
This is Patsy, Sergeant.
Oh, top of the morning to you, Patsy.
Sergeant, we've got 3 suspects.
Yes?
Danny Mearson, Jim Peterson, and Jack Grogan.
A fine collection of crooks.
Would your record show where any of these men are now?
Well, Peterson's still in jail as far as I know. But Danny Mearson was let out on parole 3 days ago.
No. He says Mearson's out on parole.
Oh, that's interesting. How about Grogan?
How about Grogan, Sergeant? Our records show he's presumed to be dead.
Yeah? Well, he ain't. He's been seen around town the last couple of days. Does Nick think he did it?
Oh, Nick isn't talking yet. Not for publication.
Well, tell him to hurry up. If he don't, I'll go ahead and solve the case by myself.
Oh, do you have any good clues, Sergeant?
Well, why, of course I do.
Oh, good for you. Let Nick know when you catch the murderer, will you?
Why, you...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
What do you say about Grogan?
Oh, that he's been seen around town in the last few days.
Well, now, so Mearson is free and Grogan's back in circulation again.
Which gives you 2 suspects. Not so good.
Well, Mearson's a better suspect than Grogan. He'd be needing money if I know him.
But you can't have him picked up without something to go on.
True enough. But I can call on him and see what he has to say.
If you can find him.
I think I can. He always used to stay at the old Sampley house.
Shouldn't be surprised if he was staying there right now.
But do you think he'd go back to an old address after committing a crime like this?
From what I know of Danny, he'd be so sure he left no clues that he wouldn't even try to hide. Suppose you tell Matty to have his men pick up Grogan and to meet me at the sampling house in half an hour with a search warrant. I'll bet we get results.
Nick, I give up. There ain't a thing in this room that shows that Danny Mearson ain't been strictly on the up and up since he got out.
I'm afraid I have to agree with you, Matty.
Uh-oh. That must be Danny coming back.
Nonsense. He wouldn't knock on his own door.
Quiet. Well, if it ain't Jack Grogan. Okay. This is darn nice of you, Grogan.
Yeah. What's nice about it?
Well, I had the boys out looking for you, and they couldn't find you, so now you find us.
What you looking for me for?
Just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Questions?
Mm-hmm.
About what?
Suppose we go into that when we get down to headquarters, okay?
You ain't taking me to no headquarters cover.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't be a fool, Grogan. You can't cover us both with that gun.
Well, if either of you moves before I say so, you'll see if I can cover you both.
Grogan, look at me a minute.
Yeah? What's in your mind, copper?
I just want to warn you.
What's the matter? I told you.
So it was Jack Grogan who showed up at Danny Mearson's room in the old sampling house. We'll see what this means to Nick and Matty in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the exploded Alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. When Sergeant Matheson invited Jack Grogan to go down to headquarters and talk things over, Jack objected strenuously.
Nice work, Nick. That did it.
Never thought he'd be fool enough to think he could keep the two of us covered. Not when we were on opposite sides of the room.
Come on, Grogan. Get up. Get up.
What you picking on me for, copper?
You just pulled a gun on an officer of the law. Put your hands up.
Okay.
Grogan, what are you doing here anyway?
Well, Denny and me, he owes me some money.
So you dropped in to collect?
When he wasn't here?
Yeah. I thought maybe...
Look, you and Mearson wouldn't have been working together on that job last night, would you?
What job?
Well, we'll talk about that down at headquarters. Are you coming, Nick?
Oh, no, I'm not through here yet, Matty. Suppose you turn Grogan over to the coppers waiting downstairs and come back here, will you?
Okay, Nick. Come on, Grogan. Come on.
Now, look, copper,
Now, let me see. If Grogan and Mearson were working together, maybe Grogan came back here to double-cross Mearson. And if he did that, I mean something's hidden here after all. But...
Hey, what the...
Well, hello, Denny.
Nick Carter. Hey, what are you doing in my room?
Why, just looking around.
Looking around for what?
I think you know.
Don't try to be cute, Carter. You got a search warrant?
Sure, we got a search warrant. You want to see it?
Well, so you're in this, too.
You're darn right I am.
What do you expect to find here?
Something that disappeared from the museum last night.
Well, you won't find it here.
You seem to be right this time, Danny. We've looked and we haven't found it. Where'd you hide it?
Seeing I don't know what you mean, I can't answer that.
You mean you won't?
Well, what's the matter, Sergeant? You look unhappy.
I am. I got a fierce headache. Didn't get enough sleep last night.
Well, there's some aspirin in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Help yourself.
Hey, I'll do that. You got a glass? I can't take the stuff without water.
I'm sorry, Sergeant, but, well, I broke the only glass I had this morning.
You broke the only glass, Danny. What's that on the shelf behind you?
On the shelf? Oh, yes, I forgot that one. Here you are, Sergeant.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. It slipped out of my hand.
Okay, I'll take it plain.
Danny, you didn't drop that glass accidentally.
Hey, what are you getting at, Nick?
For some reason, Danny doesn't want you to have a drink of water, Matty.
Huh?
Maybe he doesn't want to run the water in the beach.
Look here, you dope. I just got...
Turn on the water, Matty. See what happens.
You can't...
We can't do what?
I mean, here, I'll do it for you. That faucet is kind of tricky.
Oh, yeah?
You see, you have to... Don't move, Sergeant.
Right.
I got my gun right in the middle of your back. If you make a move,
Okay. I ain't moving.
And if your friend tries anything fancy, you'll get it. I understand, Carter?
Yeah, I understand. What's the proposition, Denny?
Just take the thing you've been looking for and get out of here without any interference. Otherwise, you'll...
Well, that seems fair enough. What do you say, Mary?
I say you're crazy, Nick. You gonna let this...
Shut up, Mary.
Yeah, but
You might say the wrong thing. You make Danny stall.
Look, you two. I got a gun in the sergeant's back and my arm around his neck. If either one of you guys finally...
Nick, I don't get it.
Mary, clam up, copper. I can shoot you, strangle you, and if anybody makes a break, I'll...
Matty, don't talk.
All right, but
Just nod your head yes or no.
No.
Now, what do you say? Should we make a deal?
Good boy, Mary. You got it. Get his gun. Go right in here. Hey, my arm. Let go. You're breaking my arm.
I won't break it, not if you hold still.
Okay. I knew when I'm licked.
Nick. Oh, you're a cute one. You know, I learned that trick of banging my head against the nose of a guy holding me from behind, but I forgot it till you reminded me.
Give me a towel. My nose is bleeding.
Keep me covered, Matty.
Yeah?
I want to get the scarab.
You mean it's really here?
Say it is, unless I miss my guess.
You got it, Nick?
Not yet, but I'll bet that it's down.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, where? Here in the wash basin drain. Oh, it's a beauty.
Are you kidding? You mean that's what we've been looking for? That beetle thing?
That's it, Matty. This is the scarab of Princess Amun-Ra.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, Danny, there was a pretty smart trick suspending this thing in the drain of the wash basin by a thread.
So that's why he didn't want us to run the water.
Of course. If we did, thread might break. Besides, the scarab just about filled the drain, and the water wouldn't have run off as fast as it should.
Uh-huh. Well, Danny, are you ready to confess? Confess what? That you stole that scarab and knocked off the museum watchman. No. All you got on me is having stolen goods in my possession. As for the watchman, I got an alibi.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Suppose we all go down to headquarters so you can tell us about that alibi of yours.
Nick, do you really think you can prove Danny killed that watchman?
Oh, that depends on how good his alibi is, Patsy.
Yeah, but an alibi can be faked, can't it?
It can. And I'm positive Danny's is.
Excuse me. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Nick there, Patsy?
Oh, yes, Sergeant. Here, Nick, it's Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Matty, what have you found out?
Look, that Danny's alibi is airtight, Nick. We can't beat it.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive the watchman was killed at 2:27. Between 2:10 and 2:35, Danny was in an all-night drugstore 3 miles from the museum.
Are his alibi witnesses good?
Well, the drugstore clerk remembers him, but what's worse, the cop on the beat stopped in there at 2:20 and talked to him. He knows Danny and swears to the time.
Matty, that just isn't possible.
Oh, maybe not, but look, Nick, we gotta prove we're right before we can take him before the grand jury.
Okay. I'll find some way.
Now, I hope you can, Nick, but make it fast.
I'll try. So long.
What'd he say, Nick?
Danny's alibi is airtight. But I still don't believe it.
Well, of course, he could be innocent. Why are you so sure he did it, Nick?
Because he started swearing he had an alibi before he even knew what time the murder occurred. And another thing. The watchman was shot twice from a distance, and once close up. It was a close-up shot that stopped that watch.
At exactly 2:27. So what?
Look, Patsy, the first 2 shots killed the watchman.
Oh, I understand that, Nick.
Okay, so suppose the killer took the watch out of the dead man's pocket, set it ahead to 2:27, then put it back in his pocket. And then in order to stop the watch, and also to make it look as though it stopped at the exact time of the murder, he shot the watchman a 3rd time, from close up.
What? You really think that's what happened?
I'm sure of it. I've got to find some way to prove it.
Oh, I'll say. No jury would believe that story without proof.
Oh. Patsy, let's go back to the museum.
Okay.
Maybe we overlook something that'll give us the facts we need.
Is there anything else you'd like to see, Mr. Carter?
No, nothing I can think of, Mr. Steiner.
But you still believe this Mearston is guilty?
I'd stake my reputation on it. But belief and proof are two very different things.
Couldn't you try a lie detector on him?
Yes, we could. But unfortunately, some juries still believe that a lie detector is only a makeshift and not real evidence. A clever lawyer can sometimes talk his client out of the results of a lie detector test.
I suppose they think a wiggly line running across a chart doesn't really mean anything definite.
Ridiculous. Any scientist knows better than that. And take the seismograph, for example. I look at it every morning. That wiggly line, as you call it.
Do you have a seismograph here in the museum?
Why, yes. It's part of the apparatus the City College's science stored in the next room.
Of course, I remember now that you mentioned something. Have they had it running?
Why, yes, they have.
Then I want to see it quick.
But why, Nick?
Patsy, that seismograph is going to prove that Danny Mearson's guilty of murder.
Well, that's a new wrinkle. A seismograph used as proof in a murder case. Just how Nick plans to use this information, we'll find out in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the exploded alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Glancer. The scene is Sergeant Matheson's office at police headquarters. The sergeant and Nick are discussing Danny Mearson's case with Danny and his lawyer.
Mr. Carter, I demand to know why my client, Mr. Mearson, is being treated like this. He's admitted to being a receiver of stolen goods, but he's guilty of nothing else.
Mr. Amberley, you claim that Danny couldn't have stolen the scarab and killed the watchman because at the time the murder and theft were committed, he was at a drugstore some 3 miles from the museum.
That's absolutely correct.
Mr. Amberley, the watchman was apparently killed at 2:27, if we can judge by the time his watch stopped. But actually, he was killed exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes before the time shown on the watch.
Why, that's impossible. The watchman's time...
The watchman's timepiece was set ahead by Mearson to establish an alibi for himself, and I have positive proof of that.
That's a lie.
It certainly is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Is it? Well, the evidence I'm talking about is unemotional, truthful, and positive. It's a seismographic chart.
Now, what's that?
Yeah, Nick. What in the name of the saints is a
A seismographic chart?
Yeah, what you said.
I'll tell you, Matty.
Yeah?
In the room next to the Egyptian collection in the museum, there's an instrument used to detect earthquake tremors. It's called a seismograph. And it's so sensitive it'll record the slightest disturbance.
My dear Mr. Carter, I can't...
You will in a minute, Mr. Amberley. I have here the chart that was made by the seismograph last night. Let me show you what it says.
This is hardly the usual thing.
Maybe there was murder. Now, look. At 12:45, there was a slight tremor. A trembling of the earth, probably due to some very distant earthquake.
Well, what do you know? Go on.
At 1:05, 5 minutes past 1, there were 2 sharp eruptions in the immediate vicinity. I can't say exactly what caused them, but they're probably due to blasting in the neighborhood. Or to gunshots in the immediate vicinity. There was no blasting done last night.
Get to the point, Mr. Carter. My time is valuable.
So is human life, Amberley. Now, notice. The chart shows that at 1:17, 12 minutes later, there was another sharp report, just like the previous one. But from then on, until 15 minutes before 6, the line made by the seismograph shows nothing whatever out of the ordinary.
Then there were no shots fired in the museum between 1:17 and 5:45 yesterday morning.
That's right, Matty. And that means that the watchman was shot and killed at 5 minutes past 1. The killer then took the watch out of the dead man's pocket and set it ahead to 2:27 and then shot him again at 1:17.
And that gave him plenty of time to get to the drugstore and set up an alibi. See here, that doesn't mean...
Don't waste your breath, Amberley. It happened just the way they said. I might have got away with it if it wasn't for that size...
Let's call it a truth machine, Danny, because that's what it really is. It tells the truth, and in this case, makes others tell the truth, too.
Doggone it, Nick. That's sure a great machine. Yes, sir, a great machine.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My day begins when yours ends, when we trade in the sun for the yellow incandescents and the ruby neons, and when a different kind of people come out and prowl the night to make a buck or get their kicks. Yeah, a different kind of people, because the nighttime, the darkness exposes them. Funny that in the dark they have no cover. What you see is a little more naked, a little more honest. One of the reasons I prefer the night. So my day began as usual about 8:30 p.m. I walked up the steps of the Star and into the city room. There were 2 telephone messages on my desk from a Corporal Bennett, and they said, please call Hines Hospital. That's the Army hospital. One stamped at 11:35 a.m. and the other at 7:40 this evening. Please call.
Hello?
Hello, my name is Stone.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to reach you.
What can I do for you, Corporal?
Well, it's not for me, Mr. Stone. It's for a buddy of mine. He just got out of the hospital today.
Well, that sounds good.
No, he's in trouble. Inside his head. He's out now on a 30-day furlough before they discharge him and,
Well, what can I do for him, Corporal?
Well, talk to him. You see, he's been reading your column. So have I. I think you might be able to help straighten him out.
Oh, this is his hometown?
Yeah, but he's all alone. He hasn't got anybody. Name is Perrin. Bill Perrin. He'll be in Civvies.
Where?
Well, I spoke to him about 15 minutes ago. He called for a bar on State Street, a hideaway club. Look, Mr. Stone, he's a buddy. I'm worried.
All right, I'll check.
He's all mixed up, Mr. Stone. Please, go easy with him, huh?
What was he in the hospital for, Corporal?
Head injuries. He's lost his memory.
I walked the state and down past Dearborn until I found the hideaway club. It was half dark inside, lit with glowing colors from the jukebox. Down at the end of the bar, a young fellow leaned on his elbows, a glass of beer in front of him. About 29 or 30, well-built, lean, with a pallid face, indoors too much. His clothes looked brand new. I walked down and sat on the high stool next to him, but he didn't turn to look at me. Bill Perrin?
What?
Stone is my name, Bill. I'm a newspaper man.
How do you know me?
A buddy of yours gave me a call, Corporal Bennett from Hines Hospital.
Oh. Well, you can forget about Bennett and me.
Yeah, he's kind of worried.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Everybody's worried with me. It's everybody's business. Why don't you all leave me alone?
Now, who's been bothering you?
You are right now.
Okay. Just thought I might try to help.
Here, what did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yeah, you got a column in the Star.
That's why Corporal Bennett called me. He said you read my stuff. I guess he thought we'd get along.
Well, I don't think so.
You sound bitter. The column's not that bad.
Bitter? Why should I be bitter? What have I got to be bitter about?
Well, it might have been kind of rough in Korea.
Well, for a lot of other fellas, too. No, you got me pegged all wrong. Thanks, anyway.
Well, maybe because you lost your memory.
He told you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what?
Well, Chicago's a big place. Maybe you feel a little lost, and maybe I can help a little.
If I need any help, I'll call the Salvation Army.
That's a good idea. Do that.
Hey, wait a minute, will you? I'm sorry. There is a way you can help me. Help me find my wife.
You have a wife?
I think so. My records show a wife. She'd never know it. You know this city. Maybe... Well, maybe...
Yeah, maybe.
Look, I wrote a couple of letters after I started to get back on my feet. The address on my service record. There was no answer.
Well, that could be any number of reasons.
Well, I never got the letters back. The allotment checks either. Well, I went to the address early this afternoon after I got out of Hines. It's a rooming house, new owner. Didn't know me or any Mrs. Perrin. He said he'd given the letters back to the mailman. Maybe they're still following me. I moved around a lot. Hospitals in Tokyo, Honolulu. Well, look, I don't know if she's alive.
Well, this amnesia of yours, can't you remember anything?
A lot before 6 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Her name. It's Alice. Who is she? What is she like? Does she love me? Where is she?
Well, how about the Army?
I didn't want them to. I didn't want them nosing around.
Why not?
Well, I guess I'm a little afraid. Oh, forget it, will you? Just forget it.
Did you try the telephone book?
Yeah, Hey, you want to see what she looks like?
A picture?
Yeah, it was with my things. No letters with my things, just vital statistics and this picture.
Oh, pretty.
Pretty? She's not pretty. I don't like pretty. Isn't a good word. There's something else there. Maybe lovely.
Oh, not maybe. She is lovely. How long you been married, Bill?
I wish I knew.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's the difference? What'll it come to anyway? How do I start my life all over again?
Well, the first thing to do is find your Alice. Come on.
No. I don't want to go with you.
Are you afraid?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe you need your wife, Bill. I'll see what I can do. I dropped into a phone booth and called Vital Statistics and told the clerk what I wanted. Information on a marriage license made out to William Perrin and a girl by the name of Alice something. The clerk found a William Perrin married in 1945 to a girl named Alice Rowland. So the clerk looked up Alice Rowland in the city directory and found her now living at 1210 Waring Drive. The city on cards in a filing cabinet. 4 million lives cataloged in steel drawers. 1210 Waring Drive, apartment D. I pushed the button and waited.
Yes?
A big guy, 6'3" at least, and 220 pounds on the hoof. He was holding a highball glass in his hand.
What is it, Buster?
I'm looking for Alice Rowland.
Come in. Alice, Phil.
Just a minute, Danny.
What's it about?
Bill.
Hmm?
Alice's husband, Bill Perrin.
You better beat it, Buster.
What?
Alice doesn't want to hear about him.
Well, she'll tell me if she wants to.
I'm telling you. Come on out.
After I talk to Alice. Now, look, you've got a highball in your hand, Danny. I've got 2 free hands.
I don't need but one hand. Okay, on your way.
It was ridiculous, but he slammed me up against the wall with just the tips of his fingers. Not even a hand. It felt like a pile driver or a piston rod of a locomotive. He was right at home here, Danny boy.
Danny, what is it?
Buster's just leaving.
No, she wasn't pretty. Pretty is a bad word. She was lovely. Lovely lines on her face, little puzzled, little disturbed as she looked at me. You know how just someone looking at you can hit you, like a pile driver? Well, she hit me, Alice Rowland Perrin, the soldier's wife. He didn't remember. Kind of physical, you're, Danny.
What do you want?
It's a tiny story.
What? What do you want?
I'll tell it to you.
Who are you?
Stone is my name, Randy Stone.
I aimed wrong. I should have thrown you out the door.
Please, Danny.
Your husband's in town.
What? My husband?
I told you, Alice. I shouldn't have let him in.
Why did you drop the Perrin from your name, Alice?
What do you want?
It's what Bill wants. He wants his wife.
Get out.
Hmm?
Get out. Out.
See, Buster?
But Bill...
Bill. I hate everybody by the name of Bill. I hate them all. I don't know any Bill.
Well, he doesn't know any Alice either.
What?
He doesn't remember. He can't, Alice. That's why he sent
I don't care if he's dead. Do you understand, Mr. Stone? I don't care if he's dead.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight you're invited to high adventure over NBC with the amazing Mr. Malone, a hard-hitting, fast-moving criminal lawyer always out for a new client and new adventure. The Man Called X brings to the NBC microphone screen actor Herbert Marshall as a security agent intent on preserving world peace through counter-espionage. Now here's a program note. Sunday, hear Lloyd Nolan in Martin Caine, Private Eye on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Maybe that was the motif. Danny with a highball glass in his hand, not spilling a drop, and Alice saying, I don't care if he's dead. Well, I did, because I'd seen this kid just back from Korea without a memory.
Okay, you heard of yourself now.
Sure.
Then on your way.
I got my breath back, Danny.
Save it.
Just on general principles. I don't like you, Danny. You better put the glass down.
I don't need to, Buster. Remember, just one hand.
It felt good hitting him right in the middle, hitting him for Bill, and hitting him because I was angry at him, at Alice, at the whole thing. A big guy, a big target. He doubled over, and I brought one up from the floor. And I took care of the drink, too. Probably stained the nice figured rug.
Don't.
Don't what, Alice?
Well, help me with him. The couch.
He's not out. Okay, get up.
Did you do that?
You're soft.
Just a second. I need some of that breath back in my lungs.
Oh, Danny, go on home. Leave me alone.
I'm not just going to walk out and let you get involved in all that again.
Oh, what? You heard the lady, Danny boy. This is her apartment, isn't it? Even though you seem to know your way around.
Please, stop it.
Alice.
Danny, I want to talk to Mr. Stone.
Okay. But don't come running back to me with your troubles again.
What kind of a joker is that? You sure picked the right guy.
Don't try to make a comedy out of it. He's my brother.
Oh.
I asked him to go because I don't want any more fighting. Now you can go, too, Mr. Stone.
Not interested in Bill?
No.
Don't even want to see him?
No.
He's been shot up?
Well, I hope he's all right. I didn't mean what I said about him being dead, but it doesn't matter to me. Don't you understand? I wouldn't like to see anybody dead. That's why I wouldn't like to see Bill dead.
How long have you been married?
Too long.
Well, that must have been a dandy marriage, make you feel like this after just 6 years.
All right, you know how long. I'm surprised Bill remembered.
Bill didn't. I got it from your marriage license. Bill doesn't remember anything before 6 weeks ago.
Oh.
He doesn't remember you, Alice, but he wants to remember. Maybe because he needs
Look,
you.
Mr. Stone, I don't want to talk about it. It's all done. It's finished.
Well, not for Bill, it isn't. You know, to tell you the truth, he struck me as a nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
Kind of a guy who'd make a nice home.
Mr. Stone, you don't know anything about him. We've been married 6 years, and it's been a miserable 6 years. Dying all the time.
Dying? Why?
What does a woman want? She falls in love and she marries a man who's in love with her. She wants a home, a little responsibility, friends. She wants to be able to help her husband, to build something. She doesn't want a husband who's a good-time Charlie, a nice guy, but a gambler and a drinker.
I see.
She doesn't want a husband who lives from payday to payday and leaves his wife alone 7 nights out of the week. She doesn't want her marriage to fall into a rut like that where she's taken for granted and her husband's softest endearment is to call her gorgeous. Hiya, gorgeous. Goodbye, gorgeous. I got a hot poker game on tonight. Don't stay up for me, gorgeous.
Nice.
What do you think, Mr. Stone? If the chance came, don't you think she'd like to get rid of a husband like that?
Maybe.
Tried to save $1 a week. Put it away in the bank. I couldn't. Tried to get him away from that hole-in-the-wall rooming house we lived in. Tried to get him to buy a house, settle down. Tried to get him to stop gambling. Tried to tear him away from his cronies. Oh, yes, I tried.
I never thought I could misjudge a man so badly.
Oh, he's got a way about him.
Well, I didn't see the way about him. I saw a guy who's been through some tough times, and he's a little bewildered and a little scared.
That's a different picture than I have of him. And it's just possible I know him a little better.
Oh, sure, I can't argue that. But, before you chuck him away, why don't you do him a favor?
What kind of a favor? Mr. Stone, I don't want to get involved with him again.
Help him get his memory back.
Oh, that's the easiest thing I can do.
Oh?
He'll remember soon enough. Just take him to the places he used to go, the poker games, the gambling places, the bars.
Will you go along?
Will I? Sure. Sure, it won't take long.
I'll be kind of interested myself. Where's the first stop?
The Century Club, Mr. Stone. One look at the dice games, and it'll all come back to him.
I called the hotel and told Bill to meet us in front of the Century Club. And I figured the expense account could absorb a taxi. Alice didn't say a word, but there was something aloof and frozen in her, as though she'd put her heart in cold storage and wasn't going to thaw it out for anything or anyone. taxi pulled up in front of the nightclub. I got out, helped Alice out, and stood on the sidewalk for a moment before I saw Bill. He was a little way off, lonesome and waiting, looking at Alice with a soft, curious look in his eye.
Here it is, Mr. Stone. We'll have to go through the nightclub. There are stairs behind the orchestra pit.
Hello.
Oh, Bill. This is your wife.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Well, do you want to go upstairs, Mr. Stone? It'll help him a lot more to see the gambling. He'll remember it a lot more than he'll remember me.
What? What is it?
We're going to try to bring back your memory, Bill.
Oh? Something wrong?
Well, let's find out. He kept looking at her. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Once, when she felt his steady stare, she looked back for a second, and he turned away, embarrassed. Kind of funny, a guy falling for his wife all over again after 6 years. But she wasn't having it. We went through the nightclub to the back. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs.
No, not here, upstairs.
Yeah, I know, but not much point in me rolling along like an extra wheel.
Isn't there? You started this. You leave and I leave. This is no fun for me.
Bill, don't you think...
No. Please, Randy. Please stay with us.
No, Bill didn't think so either. So we went up the stairs and down a long aisle to a door marked with a big flowery C. I knocked, the door opened, a man in a tuxedo looked out at me.
Yes?
Can we get in?
No.
Well, I'm Randy Stone.
No.
You know Bill Perrin.
Oh, sure. Hi, Bill. Haven't seen you for a long time. Come in, if you'll vouch for this guy.
You know me?
Oh, that's good. Come in, folks. Make yourselves at home.
Should be familiar. It hasn't changed. Same tables, same roulette wheels, even the same smoke in the air.
Well, Bill?
No, I never saw this place before. I don't understand.
Want to throw the dice a little?
I had to work too hard for my money, Mr. Stone. Why should I throw it away?
No, it sounds good. It sounds awfully good.
Did I gamble? Is that it? Did I throw my money away?
Do you remember Arlington Park? Leaving your job afternoons to go out there and bet on the horses?
I was quite a guy, wasn't I?
This is just one of the places. Remember a place called the Starlight Cafe?
No, what is it?
It was your home, away from home. The last year before you left for the Army.
Well, let's have a look.
Well, why? I don't want to.
It'll help you remember, Bill. It's worth a try. I was going to flag another taxi, but Bill said he'd hired a car, so we walked around the corner where he'd parked it, and Alice gave him directions. Like a guy taking his medicine, Bill didn't say anything now. He didn't even look at Alice, sitting up in the front seat right next to him. If Bill had been lonely and fumbling before, he was lost and without hope now. Now he knew he wasn't wanted. Now he was not only lonely, he was rejected. A lover without love. We got out in front of a tired little place with a 3-foot blue neon sign over the doorway, Starlight Cafe. A roadhouse, one of 1,000 that grew like fungi along the highway. Bill stopped just inside the doorway, looked around, looked at everything, trying to find something to remember and not happy about it. A dirty place, dark, with booze and a girl drinking by herself at one end of the bar. A few couples down the other end. Bartender leaning a meaty arm over the bar, mopping the counter. His face lighting up as he caught sight of Bill.
Well, Bill Perrin, it's been a dark day.
The usual, Harry.
Sure. I heard you lost out the draft board, Bill. Some of the best people win that kind of a raffle.
He wasn't drafted.
No?
He re-enlisted. Well, there's your drink. Maybe a couple of them will make you remember instead of making you forget like it used to.
What a guy I was.
It doesn't come back?
No.
Harry, how many times did I have to come here and take him home?
Oh, so he fell asleep here once in a while. So what?
All the time we were married?
Not at first. Not at all at first. Oh, you always gambled. You always liked your friends around you. Even more than you liked me. But the last year, it was as though you didn't care for anything very much. Nothing to live for.
Let's get out of here.
Your drink?
I don't want it.
Here, bartender, take it out of this.
Why, sure, okay. What's wrong?
Scientific experiment in time travel. The past and the present are caught up with each other.
Well, where are we going now?
To visit a friend of yours, a bosom pal. You shouldn't have any trouble remembering him. Saw a lot more of him than of me. Turn right at the corner.
What's his name?
Johnny Stevens, you'll remember.
Stevens? There's a Stevens in the hospital in Tokyo.
Johnny Stevens. He didn't go to war.
I don't know him.
Maybe the face will help.
You grew up with him. You two played cards together since you were 11 years old.
Cards?
Poker, all kinds. Stud, draw. Right there, that's his house.
All right.
And there's where we used to live. That house, the dirty one we couldn't move away from. Stevens lives 3 houses down. Why move away from your pals?
Bill killed the motor, and we got out. There's a small light on in one of the rooms. Alice rang the bell.
Well,
hello, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Alice. Hey, Billy boy, when you get back? Boy, if you only knew how I missed you.
Missed me?
The old gang ain't what it used to be. I ain't had a real hot game of poker since you left. That's a long time, Billy. Say, look, how about tonight? Huh? Phil called a little while ago. We couldn't scare up enough hands. Maybe a friend.
Oh, this is Mr. Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi.
Look, if you're a friend of Bill's, you sure play a cagey hand of stud.
Bill just got out of the hospital, Johnny.
Hospital?
He lost his memory. We hoped seeing you might be able to help him.
Wait a minute. You mean he don't remember anything? Hey, Bill, you don't remember me?
No.
Well, you don't remember the gang?
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I bet you remember a pair of deuces is better than a busted flush, so, huh? Come on, what about it? Let's get a game together. I'll call the guys.
No, thanks.
Oh, sure. Settle yourself down around a table with a stack of chips in front of you, and Teddy and Milty and...
No, thanks.
What's the matter? The old lady nagging again? Don't she ever learn it don't do no good?
Nagging?
No more nagging, Bill. Go on, play with him. You want a friendly game of poker, don't you, with your pals?
Maybe I needed something more than nagging, like some shell splinters in my head to make me understand. Goodbye, Stevens.
Stevens?
Let's get out of here. Come on, let's get out of here.
He doesn't remember you, Johnny. I don't think he wants to remember you either. Back in Bill's car, Bill's shoulders were tense, and on his face was the discovery of the kind of guy he'd been. Yeah, the night was running true to form. You can kid yourself there's hope for a lost cause when the sun is shining, but you gotta face the facts for what they are at night. And now there was just loneliness for Bill and bitterness for Alice.
Take me home, please.
Can't understand it. I don't want to gamble. I don't want to drink. I don't know how I could have been like that.
It's not hard to figure, Bill. Lots of marriages fall into ruts. People take each other for granted and get into selfish ways.
You do a lot of thinking in the Army. You're alone most of the time, alone with your thoughts. You look at a picture of a woman and you think, she's married to me, and what kind of a life did I give her?
Take me home. Take me home.
Sure, I will. I'm sorry, Alice.
You weren't drafted, Bill. You re-enlisted, so Alice says. Why?
Well,
To get away from me, to chuck it all.
Maybe he didn't like the things he was doing either.
Well, if he didn't, he put on a good act of liking them.
Not that way now, Alice.
For how long?
Well, maybe it's worth finding
Until
out.
he gets his memory back. Until he remembers everything. Sure, maybe he doesn't want to gamble now. But how about tomorrow? When his memory comes back, all the rest of it will come back, too. Hey, where are we going? We're not going home.
No, we're not.
Stop this car.
I'll stop it when we get where we're going.
What are you trying to pull, Bill?
Sit back in your seat, Stone. We're going fast enough now so that a little turn of the wheel...
It's kind of a dumb play, Bill. What's the angle?
I found out some things about myself tonight. I also found out I have a wife. Well, I don't like what I found out. But I don't want to go back to being nobody again either.
So?
So I'm going to say some things, and Alice is going to have to listen.
All right, but you don't have to do it at 60 miles an hour.
I can't explain about how I was before. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Bill, there are all kinds of
Week after week, lying in that hospital bed with nothing to do but try and remember. Only all you had your head was this great big blank.
Mr. Stone, you wrecked the car.
Well, they say you have a wife. They say that picture on your nightstand. That's her. But what's she really like? Where is she now? Maybe she's thinking about you, worrying about you. Maybe she's praying for you.
Please, Bill.
This wife you can't even remember. Just knowing that somewhere she exists. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it makes a difference. It makes a difference having somebody in this crazy, lonely world who cares whether you live or die.
Stop it! Stop it!
What? Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
I don't know if Bill Perrin should have been let out of the hospital sooner or if he belonged there for the rest of his life. He was either awfully determined or awfully dangerous. We were hitting the outskirts of the city. Bill was driving slower now, as though he knew where he was going.
Look, why don't you take me home? It's late. I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Well, I said to myself on that hospital bed, now's your chance. Be smart. You've been saving every penny out of your sergeant's pay. Do something with your life. And for this wife, you can't even remember.
We were driving through an area of one-family houses, middle class and nice. Bill turned a corner and put on his brakes. A neat little house with yellow lights framing the door and a big sign on the lawn, sold. Bill sat there looking out the windshield, not turning to look at us.
When I got out of the hospital this afternoon, I rented this car and drove out here. I wanted to take another look at it.
Another? You let that slip, Bill.
It was a long time ago, this same house. I wanted to buy it so bad.
I know, Alice.
You drove out on a Sunday. You didn't even want to look at it. You remembered this house. You remembered everything.
Alice.
You don't have amnesia. All those places we went to tonight.
You said I'd change back to what I was when I got my memory back.
Bill.
Do you still believe it?
Oh, Bill.
He never had amnesia. He used to trick me so that I could help him get back his wife. He and that buddy of his, Corporal Bennett, used me for a fall guy. Well, I feel pretty good about it, being used as a patsy. Feel pretty good Bill understood between the lines of the things I wrote. Feel pretty good Bill had the courage and the instinct to fight his way back to health. Because he was sick at one time. And the amnesia? Well, he wanted to forget the things he'd done, and I think he did pretty good. I couldn't want to do any better with some of my own problems. Oh, well. Coffee, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Merwin Gerard and Selig Lester, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Bill Perrin was played by Stacey Harris. Joan Banks was Alice. Others featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Ed Max, and Tony Barrett. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond?
Yeah? What's the matter?
You got to do something for me.
Hey, you're hurt.
Yeah.
Hey, now take it easy. Sit down. Sit down.
You got to listen to me.
You're bleeding all over the place. I'll call the doctor.
No, please wait.
But look,
I've been knifed bad.
I've got much time. Here, take this. They're right behind me.
I'm going to call a doctor.
No, listen. Listen. Key west. Get envelope to the... Oh.
Hey, you. Oh, no. The man, whoever he was, had toppled over on his face and was very dead. He handed me a plain white envelope, sealed with no address on it. I went over to my desk to put in the call to homicide when I heard someone moving around in the hall. I turned and saw the shadow of a man silhouetted against the glass section of my office door. I grabbed a pen and hurriedly scribbled the address of Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct Homicide, on the envelope, stuck a stamp on it, then headed for the hallway. I was about to open the door when the shadow was joined by another one. They opened it for me. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Wait a minute. We want to ask you
Later. I got to mail a letter.
Hey, stop him. Don't let him mail that thing.
They were both big men and could run. I beat them to the mail chute by a split second and dropped the envelope. They made a dive for it, and when they missed, they forgot it and started concentrating on me.
Diamond. Diamond, please try and sit up. What happened to you?
Oh, where are your wings, honey?
You look as though someone had beaten you up.
No, don't be silly. It's the latest thing. Hey, I'm back in my office.
I found you lying here. You want me to call a doctor?
No, call homicide.
Is someone dead?
Certainly. That guy right over...
What guy?
Oh, dandy. Well, honey, there was a guy. In fact, he was lying just about where I'm lying, and he was dead. Look, you can see the blood.
I thought that was your blood.
Oh. Rather than try and convince you, maybe you'd like to tell me why you came up to see me.
Well, my name's Nancy Lang. I want to hire you.
To do what?
I'm giving a big party tonight, some very wealthy guests. I just want someone around to keep an eye on things.
Well, I'd like to help you, but I've got a bit of a problem with a missing body.
Oh, that's too bad. I was prepared to pay you $500 for the evening.
$500? Well, so a body gets lost. Who wants to hunt a corpse when he can attend a perfectly good party? Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond?
Still breathing. Why don't you try it sometime?
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Only if you lend me one of your shoes to paddle around in.
No.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick. Oh, no. What happened to you?
Well, two charming gorillas used me for a fast game of squash.
Who were they?
Never saw them before. But I got a hunch they killed the guy. Let's have a look at your mug file. I gave Walt the story and told him about the mysterious envelope he would be getting in the mail. But after 2 hours of checking the rogues gallery, we came up with nothing. So I went home, shaved and changed, and went out to my client's house, where she met me in a well-appointed library. Her appointments were,
Mr. Diamond, right on time. You look much better.
Well, I tried to wear something that wouldn't clash with my bruises.
I'd like you to meet Senor Gallardo.
Gallardo?
An old friend, a very wealthy politician from South America. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. Gallardo.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Gallardo?
Mr. Diamond is a private detective. He's here to guard the wealth.
How very interesting.
Kind of an official watchdog, Mr. Gallardo.
Well, there will certainly be enough to guard. Miss Lang's guest list is made up of some very wealthy and prominent personalities. In fact, I am very flattered to be among them.
I've seen you before.
Very possibly. Have you ever been to South America?
A couple of times, but that's not it.
My home is in Bogota.
No. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll think of it.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Gallardo, I want to show Mr. Diamond around the house and grounds.
Certainly. A pleasure meeting you, Mr. Diamond.
The house was my father's. He died several years ago. He used to love this garden.
It's beautiful.
Smell the jasmine?
Yes.
What made you become a private detective?
Oh, I don't know. I make a pretty good living. My own boss. I was a cop for a long time. I like to work. That's quite a fountain. Trying to give Rockefeller Center competition?
It looks beautiful with the lights on. There.
Yes, it certainly does.
You're not the type to be a private detective.
Oh, I'm definitely the type. Sure, like everything else, it gets dull sometimes, but when things start popping, it can get pretty interesting.
Like this afternoon? Getting beaten up? The man you said was killed in your office?
Well, he wasn't killed there. He just died there. Besides, how many guys can wake up lying on their office floor and have a beautiful girl offer them $500 to come to a party?
I see what you mean.
Don't you think you'd better get back? Your guests are probably all right.
Yes, I'll switch off the fountain light.
Don't you leave them on?
My father used to sit and watch it for hours. I don't like to show it to everyone.
Kind of like a part of the garden died.
You certainly are a strange man.
Never noticed myself.
Well, I have. I like you.
Where did you meet Mr. Gallardo?
In South America. He was a good friend of my father's.
Wealthy politician.
That's right. Mr. Diamond.
It's Rick.
Rick?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think we'd better go back to the party. I'm a fairly normal guy. Nancy was a very exciting girl. And the kiss in the garden was as nice as anybody could ask for. But there's one thing I do pride myself in, and that's a certain lack of stupidity. There was something wrong, nothing I could put my finger on, but I sensed it. Like being lost in a dark room with a loose high-tension wire. I circulated around, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. By 3 o'clock, the party broke up, and Senor Gallardo and Nancy were the only ones left.
A most enjoyable party, Miss Lang.
Oh, thank you. It was nice of you to come, Senor Gallardo.
Well, I must say good night. Have you remembered where you have seen me before, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not yet, Mr. Gallardo.
Oh, it's too bad. Thank you again for a charming evening, Miss Lang. Good night, Mr. Diamond.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, I'm exhausted.
A little beat myself.
You want some coffee?
Love it. We had some coffee, and Nancy drove me home. I kissed her goodnight and left with a promise to call. As I reached my floor, I could hear my phone ringing. I opened the door and stumbled into the biggest mess I'd seen in a long time. My room was a wreck. Someone had torn it to pieces. Yeah?
Diamond?
It's 3:45 in the morning. What do you want, Fatty?
We fished a body out of the river about an hour ago. Died from a knife wound in the back.
Did he fit the description of the guy who died in my office?
This one didn't fit any description. Someone was very careful to fix his face so we couldn't identify him.
Check his fingerprints?
You're playing around with some pretty gory individuals. They amputated his fingers.
Somebody's given my room a good going over. Really took it apart. It's an odds-on bet they were after that envelope. And when you get it tomorrow morning, give me a call. It might tell us everything we want to know.
Okay.
Walt, you ever heard of a man named Gallardo? South American, supposed to be mixed up in politics?
No. Why?
Nothing. I met him at the party tonight.
What's the racket? You met this guy at a party and what? Dick, what's the matter? Rick!
Who is this?
This is Lieutenant Levinson. Who is this?
Mr. Diamond is unconscious.
What?
And if you ever want to see him alive again, listen carefully.
Okay, go ahead.
From Mr. Diamond's conversation, I understand you are to receive the envelope. When you do, go directly to the Staten Island ferry. Ride on it, all day if necessary. A man will meet you and pick up the envelope. Be alone. Do not notify the police, or Mr. Diamond will surely die.
Someone had sapped me and sapped me good. I had a dull, throbbing headache, and when I began to find my way back to consciousness, I felt my coat pulled off and my right shirt sleeve rolled up. There was a sharp pain in my upper arm, and several seconds later, my headache disappeared in a surge of heat that spread out over my back and shoulders. I tried to fight it, but it was like being on a sinking ship, trying to crawl back up the slanting deck. The ship dragged me down, and I swallowed up in the black water. next thing I remembered was a blinding circle of light overhead like the sun if you were looking at it through a sheet of wrinkled cellophane. I shut my eyes and I could hear voices. Far off, hollow, not making much sense. The light hurt my eyes, but I couldn't seem to shut it out. So I tried to relax and wait. Give the drug time to wear off. After what seemed like hours, the voices began to make sense. The light was easier to look at. It was just a plain ceiling lamp.
Hey, you want a sandwich?
As the feeling in my fingers began to return, I realized I was lying on a bed.
There's a restaurant on the corner. I won't be more than 10 minutes.
The other man had promised to be back in 10 minutes, so I had to do something in a hurry. I kept tightening my muscles, trying to get the circulation back. I had to make a try. I wasn't sure of my strength, but I had to try. I rolled off the bed.
Hey, coming out of it, huh? Trying to break your neck?
He leaned down to pick me up, and I hit him just below the Adam's apple with the side of my open hand. The man choked and turned blue. He grabbed for his shoulder holster, and I kicked out with both feet. He doubled over and fell on his face. The effort had put him out of commission, but I was exhausted. I grabbed his gun, staggered for the door. But getting out of that room was like wading through an acre of glue. I made the hall somehow and started down the steps. I met the other man coming up. His arms were filled with beer and sandwiches. I shot him right through his dinner.
Feel better?
Yeah, Walt. A little more coffee, huh?
You really had a rough time. They pumped you full of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I was out nearly 14 hours, huh?
Yeah, you lost a whole day. How you managed to get down here, I don't know.
I guess I'll never know.
Drink your coffee.
Yeah. And, you gave them the envelope, huh?
Yeah, about an hour before you staggered into the station. I rode that ferry all day. 5 o'clock, a man came up to me, and I gave him the envelope. Oh, I was smart. I had 3 men on the ferry and 3 men at each landing to tail him. He was a little smarter. He took the envelope, stuck it in a waterproof case, and jumped overboard. Fast speedboat picked him up.
No identification on the guy I shot?
No record, nothing on him by the time we got there. What did the other guy look like?
I was so punchy I couldn't tell much. You'll have a sore throat for a long time.
But they were the ones who beat you up yesterday at your office.
They were.
When you feel like it, I want you to take a look at that guy we dragged out of the river. See if you recognize his clothes or anything. He just might be the one who died in your office.
All right. Now, what was in that envelope?
Well, I had a photostat made before I took it to the ferry. Looks like part of a map. Here.
So this is what's caused all the trouble. Boy, it must be worth a lot.
Did you make anything out of it?
Water, section of land, and here's a longitude reading, but, no latitude reading.
Probably on the other half.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, I've got a hunch about this. I want you to send Otis over to pick up Nancy Lang, then take me over to the newspaper office and help me look at the files for something on a man named Gallardo.
You know what you're looking for?
Yeah, this guy Gallardo, Senor Gallardo. I know I've read about him or seen his picture. Hey, Walt.
You find something?
Yeah, here he is. But his real name isn't Gallardo, it's Ortiz. Yeah, look at those headlines.
Julio Ortiz assassinated. Rebel leader killed after plot to take over government failed.
Yeah, listen to this. Ortiz was expecting a large amount of American dollars to finance his army. Although the rumor is not confirmed, it was reported that Ortiz shipped $1 million in gold bullion to someone in the United States. The plane was supposed to have crashed, and it is interesting to note that the recent plane crash in which 2 American pilots escaped, John Bishop and Bernard Combs, were found floating off Key West. Key West? Holy smoke, that's what the guy in my office tried to tell me. He said Key West before he died. Walt, don't you see? Ortiz is still alive. Maybe those 2 pilots double-crossed him and hid the gold. That's what that map is all about. I'll lay 8 to 5 that man you've got down in the morgue is one of those pilots, John Bishop or Bernard Combs.
I'll have the FBI send us the files on both those guys. If one of them is John Bishop or Bernard Combs, we won't need fingerprints nor a face. We'll check their dental records, birthmarks.
Let's get back and see if Otis has got the lovely Nancy Lang.
That's right, Lieutenant. She ain't in town. She's gone on a vacation, her butler said.
Did he say where?
No, he said he didn't know. He said this Miss Lang left town about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And I'll bet she's with Ortiz. Walt, when you talk to the FBI about those 2 pilots, have them check Nancy Lang, too. I'm going to Key West. Send any information to the chief of police there.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Diamond. We just got a teletype from a lieutenant identifying the body. It was Bernard Combs, one of the pilots.
Well, here's the half of the map. Tell me, does that look like any section of coastline around here?
Well, now, that's hard to say. I'll have it checked.
You ever heard of a man named John Bishop? He's the other pilot.
Oh, sure. When them 2 boys was found floating around, they brought them into Key West. They was in the hospital here a couple of days. Bishop still lives in Key West.
Well, I hope so. He may have died here very recently.
And you think this here Ortiz is in Key West, too?
I'll bet on it. He wants the other half of that map and may have it by now. He's got to go after that gold. He'll need a boat and some diving equipment.
Well, what makes you think the gold's in the water? This map's got a shoreline, too.
Well, those 2 pilots couldn't carry $1 million in gold bullion. It either went down with the plane or they dumped it and then bailed out and let the plane crash.
Well, I'll get Bishop's address. We'll go over and have a talk with him. He's on the next floor.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Well, that's where he's been living. Right down here. Bishop? Hey, Bishop. Door's locked.
You got a pass key?
Yeah. Bishop, you... Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Is that Bishop?
Yeah, that's him. Boy, he sure is dead.
Well, that accounted for the 2 pilots. So now all we had to do was find Julio Ortiz. It figured he now had both sections of the map, and his next move would be to hire a boat and diving equipment. There weren't many places in Key West where a man could rent a boat and diving equipment. So the chief rounded up his men, and we all started checking. It didn't take long.
No, Captain. Party hiding my ship ain't come back yet. We ain't due to sail for now.
What did the party look like?
Pretty girl. Can't figure what she wants to go diving for, but I just ran him to keep my mouth shut.
Probably Nancy Lang. Ortiz is staying undercover until the last minute.
Well, I'll spread my boys around. We'll keep out of sight. And when they show up, Skipper, you don't say nothing about us.
Sure. I just ran him to keep my mouth shut.
About ready for that boat to sail.
They'll wait till the last minute.
Just imagine $1 million in gold, just like a pirate story.
Not enough killings mixed up with it to be one. Hey, hold it.
That them?
Yeah, that's Nancy Lang. But Ortiz isn't with her.
Who are them 2 fellas?
I've never seen them before. Some of Ortiz's men. They're probably checking to see if everything's clear before Ortiz comes aboard. We got as close to the schooner as we could and waited. The 2 men walked over and checked the diving equipment while Nancy Lang went below. We kept waiting, and still Julio Ortiz didn't show.
Hey, they started an engine.
I don't see Ortiz anywhere.
They're casting off.
We better take him.
Yep. We're going to have to jump.
Look out for that when he's got a gun.
I got him jumped.
The other guy's running forward.
Stop, you!
He's going over.
Well, my man will pick him, huh?
Yeah, I'm going below.
What?
Hello, Nancy.
How did you find him?
Where's Ortiz?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Is this the girl?
Nancy Lang, the Key West chief of police.
How do you do?
Where's Ortiz?
She says she doesn't know who he is.
Okay, young lady, I'm going to hold you for the New York authority.
Hold me for what?
Murder. John Bishop and Bernard Combs, and we can make it stick.
It might go easier on you if you tell us where Ortiz is at.
Still don't know any Ortiz.
Gallardo, the man I met at your party.
That's ridiculous.
Now, look, we know all about the gold. You don't have a chance of raising it, and eventually we'll get Ortiz.
Yeah, we're back at the dock.
If you don't help us, Nancy, it's pretty sure you'll get life for complicity.
And if I do help?
I can't promise a thing, but it will make a difference with the court.
Julio's waiting 10 miles down the coast. We would pick him up, then go out and raise the gold.
He has the map?
Yes.
I'll tell the skipper to shove off again. We'll sail that 10 miles and grab Ortiz.
What's your connection with Ortiz, Nancy?
He's my husband.
A dozen police officers came aboard and hid below decks. The skipper put out to sea and sailed parallel to the coast. Nancy told me all about her husband and his history as a rebel leader in South America.
I was stranded in South America with a show that folded. I married Ortiz. After the gold was lost, he faked assassination and came to the United States. We located the two pilots. My husband was suspicious, so I played up to the one who came to your office. I got him drunk one night, and he told me about the gold and his half of the map.
We've gone to 10 miles.
I'm glad it's over with.
I see a man standing on the beach.
Mr. Diamond,
Yes?
I was supposed to lure you into that garden.
Figured.
What I said at the fountain. I really... Oh, forget it.
Yeah. No sense making it any tougher. We pulled into a cove and got as close to shore as possible. Then we swung a dinghy over the side. The chief and I climbed in behind Nancy. We kept our hats down over our faces and hoped Ortiz wouldn't notice until it was too late. We both rowed and kept our backs to him. Nancy sat in the stern facing us.
Rick,
Yeah? We headed right. I don't want to turn around.
you're headed all right. Rick, my husband has always been good to me.
I'm glad he was good to somebody. He sure made a mess out of a couple of guys I can think of.
But he was good to me.
Hey, we're nearly there.
Hello, darling.
Hello. Julio?
Yes?
The police are with me.
Why, you stupid little... He's running for it. Save the girl.
Let him go. My men will pick him up.
I got a score to settle.
Ortiz, stop.
Okay. Well, that makes the assassination permanent.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hi.
Sam?
Who else?
Did you wind it up, Sam? Is it all over?
If you're talking about the usual happy ending with the villains dead and buried and the lovers joining hands while the camera does a slow fade, it is not all over, sweetheart.
What do you mean, Sam?
The villains in this piece are for real, still doing business at the same old stand from one end of the country to the other.
Oh, Sam, you sound so grim.
Only because I have a grim tale to tell, little one. So warn all within earshot that if they seek bluebirds of happiness, sweetness, and light, and love conquers all, to try another detective. Because even now I am on my way with something that might butt into your sleep for the next few days. To wit, my report on the Denny Shane caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Sam?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't hear you come in.
Ooh.
Tired, Sam?
Yeah.
You look pale.
I guess maybe I'm a little sick, too.
Now, Sam, I warned you about heavy lunches when you're on a case.
Not that kind of sick, Angel. This kind starts at your shoe tops, runs up your backbone, and kicks around in your head till you're... Where's the book?
Right here, Sam.
Okay.
The date, fill it in. 2?
To John Q. Public. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Denny Shane caper. Dear John Q. She was sprawled in the corner chair when I got back from lunch. A kid of 16 or so, complete with bobby socks, hair ribbons, and shoulder bag. The kind you see every afternoon in the drugstore near the high school, making jive talk over a soda. But she looked up as I walked in, and the eyes didn't look like jive talk at all. There was trouble in them.
You're Mr. Spade?
Yep.
The detective?
Well, according to some people.
Fine. I need a detective.
You're sure now?
Mm-hmm. Positive.
What would you be doing with a detective?
Your ad in the classified section said you find people.
Well, sometimes. They're not too badly lost, that is. Who do you want to find?
Did you ever hear of Denny Shane?
You don't really want to find Denny Shane, do you?
Why not?
Well, most people want to lose him.
Then you do know him. I'm glad. Here's $20.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, honey. Don't get anxious.
What's the matter? Don't you want to be paid for this?
Not if I don't do it.
What do you mean?
Let's talk about you. What's your name?
Mary Johnson. Does it make any difference?
Mm-hmm. Mary Johnson. Where do you live, Mary?
Well, I've never been in San Francisco before. I just got in yesterday. Staying with a friend out in the marina. My home's in Denver.
Denver, Colorado.
2028 14th Street.
Okay. Here you are. You want to sign the contract?
Oh, all right. Where do I sign?
On the line here.
Oh.
No. The right name. Sally Joan Michaels.
How did you know that?
Next time you use an alias, leave the identification bracelet home. Don't tell people you're fresh out of Denver when your coat label says it's fresh out of Ruse Brothers, San Francisco. Now, let's try it again, huh? What about Denny Shane?
Well, I want to find him, that's all.
Oh, that's a lot. Why?
I'd rather not say.
Well, in that case, Sally, I recommend another detective. You'll find there's an ad in the classified section just below mine.
You mean you won't do it?
Sally, if I may get pontifical for just a moment, Denny Shane is not the kind of character I would pick out for a kid like you. He has a reputation for booking horses, which is illegal, and welching his bets, which is worse. He is associated at one time or another with almost everyone in the files of the Kefauver Committee. And as for the girls he runs around
Stop
with...
it, will you?
Oh, so that's it.
No, that isn't it. I've never seen Denny Shane in my life. If we do find him, you'll have to point him out to me.
Really?
He's been good to me. You see, all my life he's been good to me.
Mm-hmm. And you've never seen him?
No. Denny Shane is my brother, Mr. Spade. My mother died when I was born. I was adopted, but Denny went to an orphanage, and I guess he sort of ran wild after he got out.
Yeah. What do you mean he's been good to you?
Sent me money on birthdays and Christmases, sometimes in between. He always said if I needed help to tell him, but I never knew where to find him. We need help right now, Mr. Spade. My stepmother has to have an operation, and I know Denny will give me the money if I can find him.
Why did you tell me all those black lies?
I was afraid you'd call my folks. They'd be horrified if they found out.
Oh. This is the truth now. Girl Scouts honor.
Yes, Mr. Spade.
Okay, you run home and study your algebra, and I'll look up Shane in court.
No, I've got to talk to Denny myself.
You're sure you want to come along?
Oh, yes.
Okay, but I'm going to have to leave you outside while I talk to his friends. Let's go. I hadn't seen Shane since 3 years ago when he conned a client of mine out of $3,000 on a phony mining stock deal. I knew it was waste motion, but I checked the hotel where he was living then and found he was long gone. Came next in the following order, one gambling joint in South City, one saloon in the Mission, and one very dubious apartment on Turk Street, run by a charming wench wearing wedgies, culottes, and peach brandy. She gave me a peachy smile.
Denny Shane?
Don't step on your laughs. You seen him lately?
Funny you asking about Denny. I saw him yesterday. First time in 2 years coming out of Augie Dano's.
Oh, who's Augie Dano?
Runs his gym exercise studio, reducing setup on Sutter Street. You know, work a little, lose the middle. Get it?
Yeah, I got it. But anyway, thanks. So we took off for Augie Dano's. We've been together 2.5 hours so far and exchanged maybe 2.5 sentences. She just sit quietly in her corner of the cab with her hands folded on her lap, looking straight ahead. Sally. Hey.
Oh.
What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Oh, now, come on. You can tell your Uncle Sammy something's eating you. Now, what is it?
I told you.
You're sure it has nothing to do with Denny and you?
We settled that.
I don't know, did we? You know, I got an ache in my bad knee.
Is that good?
Nope. I only get it when things are going sour on me. Well, here's Augie Dano's. Come on, you can go in, too. This place looks respectable for a change. The gold lettering on the door said Augustine Dano, Masseur, Scientific Reducing. And inside was an expensive-looking reception room with birch paneling, potted palms, and antique leather chairs, into one of which I stored Sally while I made bold to enter a door at the rear marked private.
Oh, now there. Look what you made me do.
I am sorry.
Oh, dear me, you should be. My best perfume all over the...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slam the door, lady. The draft.
This is a private office, sir. There is a button outside clearly marked ring and wait.
That I did not see, and once again, I am so sorry about spilling the perfume.
Oh, my. Toujours, my regret. TV. $12 an ounce.
Well, I regret TV, too. Now, look, how about announcing me to the professor?
But now, if you mean Mr. Dano, he's quite busy with another...
Rudnick, if the envelopes are ready, Oh, who's this?
You've got me.
My name's Spade.
Spade? Spade. The detective?
Yeah.
Detective? Oh, what
just a minute, Miss Rudnick.
Would you have your nerve barging in like that? I thought you were a client.
All right, Miss Rudnick. All right, here.
Well,
4 bits. Now, buy yourself another quart.
Well, I never.
This I can believe.
Well, what do you want, Spade?
I'm looking for Denny Shane. Someone saw him walk out of here yesterday.
Shane?
That's right.
Well, what's the matter? Some trouble or something?
No, his kid sister's trying to look him up.
Oh. That's funny.
What?
Well, that someone saw him coming out of here. I'd never heard of the guy. Of course, we got people in here all the time, salesmen, agents, friends of clients,
But no Shane.
Not that I know of. What's he look like?
Oh, about my height, blue eyes, pale complexion, too thin to be coming here as a customer.
Well, I wish I could help you, pal, but like I say, so many people come in and out of here,
Sure. Thanks anyway.
Bye. Bye.
Any luck?
No, never heard of him. Come on.
Too bad. Where to now?
Oh, there are a couple of more places. After you.
Cab's gone.
Well, I told him not to wait. I thought we might have something to eat across the street.
I'm not hungry, thanks.
Look, you better call your parents.
No, don't. I told him I was spending the night with a girlfriend so they wouldn't worry.
That's another big black lie. Look, I'm tired of playing this way. I want it all.
I told you.
You're eating your heart out over something, and it's not Mama's operation. Now, it's something bigger, and it hurts worse. And don't tell me any different because it's written all over your face.
Please don't ask me any more, please.
Oh, skip it. Where's the cab?
Don't take me home.
That's just where you're going, honey. Well.
What's the matter?
Look, coming up the street.
Is that...
Yeah, Denny Shane.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I've got to be positive.
I'll prove it to you. Denny? See?
Yes.
Denny, come in a minute.
Oh, Sam Spade, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you recognize the kid?
No.
She's your little sister.
Sister? What are you talking about? I haven't...
It all happened in less than a second. So hard, so fast, so horrible, it froze me in my tracks. The shoulder bag flew open, there was an automatic in her hand, and then Denny Shane was dead on the pavement, and she was turning toward me, her face a sick gray color, handing me the gun, handle first.
There. It's done now. You can take me to the police.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Whether it's comedy, music, or drama you're after, you'll find it on The Big Show this Sunday. The dynamic Tallulah is your hostess, and her guests include Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Vivian Blaine, Jane Morgan, and Rudy Valley. You're invited every Sunday to The Big Show. And this Sunday also brings you a 1-hour adaptation of F. Scott Fitzgerald's exciting novel, This Side of Paradise, presented by Theater Guild on the Air and starring Richard Widmark and Nina Foch. And now back to the Denny Shane caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I won't try to give you the play-by-play for the hour following the shots on Sutter Street because I was in no shape to remember things in sequence. In less than a minute, we were in the center of a milling crowd. Cars jammed up. Horns began to blow. Then the morgue wagon and a squad of homicide dicks and flashbulbs going off like firecrackers. And Sally standing them all off with a frozen gray expression on her face that never changed. While I stood at her elbow, me, Sam Spade, who'd seen Lord knows how many murders, with rubber in my knees and a feeling in my stomach like I was going to be sick. Finally, the squad car picked us up and headed for Dundee's office.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
I've been waiting for you to ask me why I did it.
I thought I'd leave that for the professionals.
It won't do any good to ask me, Mr. Spade. Please tell him that, will you? It'll save all of us a lot of trouble. Everything I told you was a lie. I had to make a take to reach you in some way because I didn't know what he looked like.
I hope you know what kind of a stew you jumped into, Sally, because from here on it's going to be pretty tough.
I don't care what they do to me. I've had nothing to live for a long time now.
What do you mean?
Sounds stupid, doesn't it? 16 years old and nothing to live for.
Ah, Sally.
Tell them not to ask me any questions. Tell them I'm guilty. Sentence me to do whatever they do. I'll never tell them why. I'll never tell them why.
Give me a cigarette, Sam.
Yeah.
Why did I have to grow up to be a homicide, Dick?
No dice, Lieutenant?
No dice. It's her old man's gun. Hooked it out of his drawer this morning before she left for school. I still think she's mixed up with Shane somewhere.
Dundee, believe me, that's one thing I can guarantee. She didn't know Shane from Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, I'm only falling back on the standard answer to this kind of a clam bake, Sam.
This is not a standard clam bake.
You're telling me. You know, Sam, it kind of scares you. What the Sam Hill's happening to our kids? A 16-year-old girl still in high school walking up to someone on the street?
Shut up, Dundee. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's got me, too. She's resting on the couch in there. Stick around till I get back. I gotta go down and wait for her.
Oh, excuse me. I saw the lieutenant go out, and
Come on in, sit down.
I'm a friend of Sally's. Do you think I could talk to her for a minute?
Well, I don't think she feels like talking.
Look, I got to, mister. I got to talk to her.
What's your name?
Eddie Tucker. I go to school with Sally. I've been waiting for 3 hours outside for a chance to talk to her. Can't I, please?
What's it about?
It's kind of personal.
Okay, through the door there.
Oh, thanks.
And leave it open.
Oh, yes, sir.
The minute he went in, I slid along the wall into a corner between the door jamb and a file case. And through the doorway, I could see them both in a mirror on the far wall of the inner office.
Sally.
What are you doing here?
I had to see you, Sally. I heard about it, and I had to see you, that's all.
You're wasting your time, Eddie. It's all over and you know it.
You shouldn't have done it, Sally. You know what I promised you.
I know what you promised me all the other times, too.
This was for keeps, honest.
So are the other times.
All right, look. Look at this, see? Out the window. Watch. Now do you believe me?
Eddie, it's not your fault anymore. I don't blame you, honest. All those promises...
I'll keep this one, Sally. Honest, I will.
No. You're a zombie, Eddie. You know what a zombie is? Someone who moves and walks around, but who's dead inside. Go away. Now. Go away.
He got up slowly and walked past me out the door, rosy-cheeked, 17, with a tired, old man look in his eyes. A few minutes later, the matron came by, and I left her with Sally. The window in Dundee's office opened onto a second-floor roof below, and directly beneath it, I picked up what Eddie had tossed out. A set of car keys and a leather case, plus a third one that looked like it belonged to a school locker with the number 339 on it. And written in ink on the leather inside, like a memo, was Denny Shane, 778 Turk Street, apartment 4. Yeah.
Well, the Jack, aren't you going to wait for an invitation?
You done me wrong this morning, honey.
About Denny?
Yeah. Said you hadn't seen him in 2 years.
I told you about Augie Dano, didn't I?
Anyone told you about Denny Shane?
No great loss. Paxful biscuit. Oh, would you like a drink?
Thank you, no. Now, what about...
Oh, he had it coming to him sooner or later. Never made an honest buck in his life.
How did he have it coming to him?
Like he got it, like they all get it.
What was his racket?
Numbers. You know how it works? You buy a number
Yeah. How do you know all this?
Curiosity. Intellectual curiosity. I want to know things. All the time I want to know things. Follow? So one day, when Denny leaves his suit to be cleaned and I find a book in his pocket, I ask the questions in
What book?
His numbers book, stupid.
What's that?
Oh, you know, with the names and numbers of all his customers.
You wouldn't know where it is, would you?
Oh, perhaps.
Oh, yes. How does $5 look?
Bourbon is awful high.
Yeah, you probably drink it straight. 10.
Better. Come on. I think it's in his top drawer. Let me see now. There you are. That little black book. See? All the names, all the numbers.
All the names, all the numbers, and one other feature. It was divided into sections, labeled Galileo, Balboa, Lowell, George Washington, and a couple of more fellows who passed on long before the numbers racket was invented. Under each was a list of names. Eddie Tucker's was on the page headed Thomas Jefferson, and after it was number 339-7th Street. At this point, several bells rang. The odd key in Eddie's case didn't belong to a locker. It went with a box in the main post office on 7th Street.
Hey, now look, fella. It's 11 o'clock
Yeah,
at
my
night.
name's Spade, clerk. Look. See? The license.
I don't care about the license. The rules and regulations of the United States Postal Service.
I know, through rain and sleet and snow and hail. But there's been a murder, you see.
Murder?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, I suppose we can...
Great. Where's the mail for the boxes?
On the table over there, but it isn't distributed. If you'll wait a shake...
I'll wait a shake. It took more than a shake, but we got to it just before midnight. A scented envelope it was, addressed simply to Eddie Tucker, Box 339. And in it was the answer to everything. The tired old man eyes on the kid Eddie, the zombie. And Sally, who figured her life was over at 16 because Eddie was through. But who had sent it to him was something else again. Just a plain white envelope, the kind you get for a nickel a pack in the dime store. I looked at it a little closer, wondering what manner of stationer would deem it fitting to sprinkle perfume on the kind of envelope most people mail their bills in. And finally, a possible explanation took shape in my mind. You don't have to hit Spade on the head with a baseball bat. Any large-sized mallet will do.
Not just a minute, Spade. I deserve an explanation.
You'll get it, Augie.
I'm in bed asleep. Where do you get off buzzing my bell this time of night?
Patience.
But look.
You're alone?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, what are you taking your coat off for?
Just relax, Augie. Yeah, there's the coat. Tie. And now the shoulder holster.
Shoulder holster?
There we are.
Wait a minute now. Well, what is all this?
Well, you know the old saw, Augie. Work a little, lose the middle. What I need is exercise.
Great. All right, you come around to the studio sometime. Hey, what's the matter with you? Are you crazy?
Yeah, get up. I want to try it with the right hand.
Look, Spade,
They got ground rules over at headquarters now, Augie. No white lights, no rubber hoses, but they don't apply to private dicks. Get up!
Listen, if you're looking for trouble,
The right's even better. Okay, up you go now. Come on! Up against the wall. Now.
Hey, let go me, Spade.
Let's talk, huh?
Talk?
Yeah, about Denny Shane, about the kids he smeared with his filthy hands. High school kids from Balboa High and Lowell and George Washington. Good kids, straight kids.
I don't know nothing about...
Your outside man, wasn't it? Your roper. Turning up in drugstores and jive joints with those dirty little packets of heroin he passed out as headache powders.
No, I don't know nothing.
So they got him hooked hard, huh?
Hey,
There was no more, and then they got a mailbox number and a key. Then they raised money any way they could.
I got nothing to do with it. My studio.
Yeah, your studio's a front. Does the dame down there know what's in those envelopes she mails every day, or does she think they're statements? Come on, talk, Donald.
Talk! Okay. I'll talk.
Which he did, a full hour's worth in Dundee's office, and a harrowing tale it was. I felt like printing up 1 million copies and mailing it out to every father and mother in the country. They'd taken him downstairs when I happened to glance out of Dundee's window. Down on the second-floor roof, a point of light was moving back and forth slowly from one end to the other. Eddie.
Where are they? Where are those keys? I've got to have them.
Here.
Oh, thanks. My car. I couldn't get home in my car, you see.
You don't need to kid
key.
me, Eddie. I know all about it.
Oh. I can't do anything about myself, Mr. Spade. I'm helpless. What she said. Zombie.
You're not helpless. You can't handle it alone, maybe, but you're not helpless. Other guys have licked it, and you can, too, if you want it bad enough.
I want you. Honest.
Good, that's all you need. We'll take care of the rest. Let's go, huh? Like I said, this one doesn't have bluebirds at the end. Not yet, anyway. The bald fact is that Sally Joan Michaels is facing the juvenile version of a murder rap. However, the best criminal lawyer in town has volunteered to defend her, and the state will be represented by the most half-hearted prosecution that ever set foot in the courtroom. Eddie Tucker's entering a sanitarium tomorrow, making him luckier than some of the other kids in that little black book. What about yours, John Q? Period. End of report. Well?
Oh, I don't know what to say, Sam. I feel so awful. I guess I'd better not make any comments at all.
Me too, sweetheart. Let us lose ourselves in our work. Me in this cheap novel you were reading, and you in the merry chatter of that 1906 model Oliver. Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, there's fun for you with 2 delightful families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as the troubled but proud owners of the famous Dream House. And the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show brings you Phil and Alice, plus Brother William, darling child Julius, and the ever-present Frankie Remley.
Amazing.
Oh, not really, Sam. There's nothing amazing.
Don't sell yourself short now.
Well, I'm just a plain garden variety secretary, Sam.
Look at that. Immaculate. Not a mistake.
Oh, Sam.
And in 26 seconds flat, in just the time it took that man to read a short announcement, you type out 5 copies of a 28-page report. In my book, that is amazing.
All right, I admit it, Sam. I'm amazing.
Good.
And another thing.
What's that?
I'm hungry.
Oh.
And tonight is sauerbraten night at Schroeder's, and Max Nishi's letting girls in now.
Cherub, as you may have gathered, I didn't collect a fee off this one.
Oh, but Sam, I still have $10 you gave me last week to cover my back salary from 6 weeks before that, so we...
Schroeder's it is, yes. Let me go home and put on my other shirt.
And I'll get my sauerbraten hat. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. She is amazing.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Kathy Lewis, Paul Frees, Kathleen Freeman, Lou Merrill, Bill Tracy, and Jerry Hausner. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. You can help in the fight to conquer cancer. Strike back at cancer by joining the 1951 Cancer Crusade of the American Cancer Society. Help science help you. Give generously to your local unit by mailing your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. Cancer is a major problem, and the fight against it deserves major support. Laugh with the magnificent Montague and Duffy's Tavern each Friday on NBC.